Welcome, welcome, welcome to Pika Fiction. Prepare yourself for an exciting journey through what if Ash found a shiny Rayquaza egg in Hoenn and became the god of the sky at age 10. If this story touches your heart, don't forget to hit like and subscribe. Share it with someone who loves a good tale. Here we go. Chapter 1, The Black Egg. The ferry from Olivine City docked in Littleroot Town at 7:30 in the evening, and Ash Ketchum was the first person off the gangplank. He hit the wooden dock at a jog, backpack bouncing against his shoulders, the salt air of southern Hoenn filling his lungs like something brand new. Pikachu clung to his shoulder with practiced ease, ears perked forward, nose twitching at 100 unfamiliar scents rolling off the coast. "Smell that, buddy?" Ash said. "That's a brand new region. Pika." Pikachu's tone was agreeable but measured, the way it always was when they arrived somewhere new. The electric mouse had learned, across 2 regions and more close calls than either of them liked to count, that new places came with new problems. But also new friends, new battles, and new chances to get stronger. The good always outweighed the bad. That was the deal they'd made the day they'd left Pallet Town, even if neither of them had said it out loud. Littleroot was small, smaller than Pallet, even, which Ash hadn't thought possible. A cluster of houses nestled against low hills covered in dense, unfamiliar trees. The air was warmer than Johto, sticky with humidity, alive with the buzz of insects he couldn't name yet. A wooden sign near the dock read Littleroot Town, a town that can't be Pokemon on any map in faded paint, and someone had crossed out the middle and written, "Found," underneath in marker. Ash liked it immediately. Professor Birch's lab was supposed to be at the north end of town. Ash had the address written on a crumpled note in his pocket. Professor Oak had arranged the introduction weeks ago, back when Ash had decided Hoenn would be his next challenge. Oak had been characteristically encouraging and characteristically vague about what to expect. "Birch is a field researcher," Oak had said over the videophone, stroking his chin. "Brilliant mind. Terrible sense of self-preservation. You two should get along famously." Ash found the lab without trouble. It was the largest building in town, which wasn't saying much. Warm light spilled from the windows. He knocked, got no answer, knocked harder, and was about to try the door when it swung open and a large man in shorts and sandals nearly bowled him over. "Watch it, oh. You must be the Ketchum kid." Professor Birch was broad-shouldered and sun-darkened, with the kind of booming voice that belonged on a ship deck rather than in a laboratory. He grabbed Ash's hand and shook it with enough force to rattle his teeth. "Oak told me you were coming. Said you were something special. Come in, mind the Wurmple." They got into the vents again. The lab was cheerful chaos. Papers stacked on every surface, terrariums lining the walls, the faint sound of something chittering from behind a filing cabinet. Birch swept a pile of field journals off a chair and gestured for Ash to sit. "So. 2 regions under your belt already, and you're, what, 10? "Yes, sir." "Don't call me sir, makes me feel ancient." "Birch is fine. Professor if you're feeling formal." He leaned against his desk, which creaked ominously. "Oak says you placed in the top 16 at Indigo and top 8 in Silver Conference. At 10. That's not normal, kid." Ash shrugged. He wasn't being modest, he'd learned that rankings only told part of the story. Top 16 at Indigo because his Charizard wouldn't listen. Top 8 at Silver because he'd run into a trainer with a Blaziken that moved like liquid fire and hit like a freight train. Both losses had taught him more than any win. "I'm here to get better," Ash said simply. Birch studied him for a moment, then grinned. "Yeah. Oak was right about you. Alright, here's the deal, Hoenn League Circuit, 8 badges, Ever Grande Conference. You know the drill. I've got a Pokédex loaded up for you, regional model." He tossed Ash a red device, sleeker than the Kanto or Johto versions. "Hoenn's got Pokémon you've never seen before. Different battling culture too, more emphasis on double battles, more integration with the environment. Trainers here use the terrain. You'll adapt or you'll wash out. I'll adapt. I believe you. Birch's eyes flicked to Pikachu. That's a healthy-looking Pikachu. Strong bond. The strongest, Ash said, and meant it in a way that went deeper than words. Pikachu chirped and sparked, just a little, just enough to make the lights flicker. Birch laughed. Alright, you're the real deal. There's a trainer starting tomorrow morning, local kid, my colleague's daughter. Her name's May. If you want company on the road, I'll think about it, Ash said. He wasn't antisocial, but he'd learned to be careful about who he traveled with. In Kanto, he'd had Misty and Brock. In Johto, the same. Good people, both of them. But this was a new region, a clean slate. He wanted to feel it out first. Birch gave him directions to the local Pokemon Center and sent him off with a wave and a warning about the wild Poochyena that roamed the outskirts at night. Ash thanked him and stepped back into the warm Hoenn evening. The sky was enormous here. That was the first thing that struck him, how much sky there was, stretching from horizon to horizon without the mountain ranges that hemmed in Kanto or the dense forest canopy of Johto. Stars were beginning to emerge, thick and bright, and the last light of sunset painted the western clouds in shades of amber and deep violet. Ash stood in the middle of the dirt road and breathed. New region, Pikachu. New start. Chew. Pikachu's ears twitched. Then swiveled. Then stood straight up. Ash felt it before he saw it, a pressure in the air, a subsonic hum that vibrated in his chest like a second heartbeat. He looked up. A streak of light tore across the sky. Not a shooting star, too slow, too bright, too close. It blazed a trail of white-gold fire across the darkness, and Ash could feel heat on his face even from what had to be miles away. It was descending. Steeply. Heading for the forest northwest of town. The impact came 3 seconds later. The ground shook. A flash of light erupted above the tree-line, bright enough to turn night into day for a split second, and a shockwave of warm air hit Ash hard enough to make him stagger. Pikachu dug its claws into his shoulder, squeaking in alarm. Then silence. Deep, ringing silence, as if the world was holding its breath. Lights were coming on in houses. He heard voices, confused, alarmed. A door banged open somewhere. But Ash was already moving, already running toward the tree-line, because something in that silence was pulling at him. Not curiosity, though there was that too. Something deeper. Something that felt like a hook behind his sternum, tugging him forward with a certainty he couldn't explain and didn't try to. He ran. The forest was dark and dense, and he crashed through underbrush without grace, guided by the faint glow still visible through the canopy ahead. Pikachu lit the way with periodic sparks from its cheeks, illuminating flashes of unfamiliar trees and startled Pokemon eyes peering from the shadows. Ash didn't stop. He couldn't have stopped if he'd wanted to. Whatever had fallen from the sky was calling to him, and every step closer made the pull stronger, not painful, not aggressive, just insistent, like a voice saying hurry, hurry, you need to see this, you need to be here for this. The crater was maybe 40 feet across. Trees had been flattened in a perfect radial pattern, pushed outward from the impact point like blades of grass bent by a giant's breath. The earth was scorched but not burning, the heat was already fading, replaced by something else, a warmth that felt almost alive, almost intentional. Steam rose from the crater's edges in lazy curls. Ash slid down the slope to the center. It was an egg. About the size of a football, maybe slightly larger, resting in a shallow depression in the blackened earth. And it was the most beautiful thing Ash had ever seen. The shell was obsidian black, so dark it seemed to drink in the ambient starlight, but veined with lines of molten gold that pulsed with a slow, rhythmic glow. Like a heartbeat. The warmth radiating from it was gentle, welcoming, and when Ash knelt beside it and reached out his hand, the gold veins flared brighter, responding to him, reaching back. He touched it. The world went white. Not painfully, more like stepping from a dark room into sunlight. For one disorienting heartbeat, Ash wasn't in a crater in a forest. He was above the clouds, impossibly high, the curvature of the earth visible below him, the stars huge and close enough to touch. Wind roared around him but didn't touch him. He could see everything, every continent, every ocean, every storm system swirling across the planet's surface like brushstrokes on blue canvas. And he felt, with absolute clarity, that he was exactly where he was supposed to be. Then it was over, and he was kneeling in a crater with his hand on a warm egg and Pikachu was pulling at his sleeve with frantic little paws. "I'm okay," Ash said. His voice sounded strange to his own ears, distant, like an echo of an echo. He blinked hard, clearing the afterimages of endless sky from his vision. "I'm okay, buddy. I'm fine." He looked at the egg. The gold veins pulsed steadily, synchronized now with his own heartbeat. He could feel it. Whatever was inside this egg was alive, and it knew he was here, and it was glad. Ash picked it up. It was heavy but not unmanageable, and the warmth of it seeped through his gloves and into his bones. He cradled it against his chest and stood. "Let's go," he murmured to Pikachu. "I don't think we should leave this out here." Pikachu stared at the egg with wide, uncertain eyes. Then it sniffed it, once, twice, and its expression shifted. The tension in its small body relaxed. Its ears came forward. It reached out one tiny paw and touched the shell, and the gold veins pulsed warm in response. "Pika," it said softly, and Ash heard what it meant, "It's okay. This is okay." They climbed out of the crater together, boy and Pokemon and the thing that had fallen from the sky, and above them the stars shone bright and steady, and the wind was perfectly, impossibly still. Professor Birch was not calm about it. "The energy readings are, this is, the spectrographic analysis alone." He was pacing the length of his lab, waving a handheld scanner that kept beeping in increasingly frantic patterns. It was past midnight. Ash sat in the same chair from earlier, the egg in his lap, Pikachu dozing against his hip. He'd come straight back to the lab because he didn't know what else to do. You find a mysterious egg in a meteor crater, you take it to the Pokemon professor. That was just common sense. "It doesn't match anything in the database," Birch said for the fourth time, staring at his computer screen with wide eyes. "No known species. The shell composition is unlike any egg I've ever analyzed, it's partially metallite, which is a mineral compound found in the upper stratosphere. Ash, this egg came from the sky. Not metaphorically. It was formed up there. What's inside it? I don't know. The scanner can't penetrate the shell, the energy density is too high. It's giving readings that I'd normally associate with." He stopped. Swallowed. "With what?" "Legendary class Pokemon," Birch said quietly. "But that's not possible. Legendary Pokemon don't reproduce through eggs. They're unique entities, one of a kind, as far as we've ever documented. This shouldn't exist." Ash looked down at the egg. The gold veins pulsed, steady and warm. He could feel it in his palms, not just heat, but something like contentment. Like the egg was comfortable in his hands. Like it had been waiting for him. "It reacts to me," Ash said. "I noticed." Birch's voice was careful. He'd seen it the moment Ash had walked in, the way the egg's glow intensified when Ash held it close, dimmed when he set it on the table, flared when he picked it back up. "I've seen bonding responses in unhatched Pokemon before, but nothing like this. This egg has imprinted on you, Ash. Whatever's inside has already chosen you as its trainer." Silence settled over the lab, broken only by the hum of equipment and Pikachu's soft snoring. "Can I keep it?" Ash asked. Birch took off his glasses, polished them on his shirt, put them back on. His expression was a complicated mixture of scientific excitement and adult concern. "I should probably contact the League. Maybe the Devon Corporation, they have resources for this kind of thing. If this really is a legendary class egg." "Professor." Birch looked at him. Ash looked back, steady, certain, 10 years old and already carrying a gravity that had no business belonging to a kid. It chose me, Ash said. Birch opened his mouth, closed it, opened it again. Then he let out a long breath and ran a hand through his hair. Yeah. Yeah, it did. He shook his head slowly. Oak warned me you were like this. All right. Keep the egg. But I want to run scans every day you're in range, and the moment it hatches, you call me. Deal? Deal. And for the love of Arceus, be careful. If this is what I think it might be, he stopped himself again, visibly deciding not to finish that thought. Just be careful. Ash tucked the egg into his backpack, wrapped in his spare shirt for cushioning, the top of the bag left open so the gold glow was visible. He could feel its warmth against his back as he walked to the Pokémon Center. He didn't sleep much that night. He lay in the narrow center bed with the egg beside him on the pillow, one hand resting on its shell, feeling the pulse of it sync with his heartbeat. He stared at the ceiling and thought about the vision, the endless sky, the world spread out below, the absolute rightness of it. He didn't know what it meant. But he knew it meant something. He met May Maple the next morning. She was arguing with a Torchic. Ash had returned to Birch's lab early, partly to get the promised daily scan and partly because the egg had been doing something new. The gold veins were moving, shifting across the shell's surface in slow, fluid patterns, like living circuitry rearranging itself. Birch had nearly fallen out of his chair when he'd seen the updated readings. While the professor muttered over his instruments, Ash wandered outside to the corral behind the lab, and found a girl about his age standing in the grass with her hands on her hips, glaring down at a small orange bird that was glaring right back. I said Ember, not run in circles. There's a difference. The Torchic let out a defiant chirp and pecked her shoe. Ow. You little, fine, we'll try again. See that target? She pointed at a wooden post with a scorch mark on it. Hit that. Not my foot. The target. The Torchic gathered itself, opened its beak, and sneezed out a puff of smoke that dissipated harmlessly in the breeze. The girl's shoulders slumped. She blew a strand of brown hair out of her face and sighed in a way that suggested this had been going on for a while. Angle its head up a little, Ash said from the doorway. She whipped around, startled. Excuse me. You're Torchic. Its fire sac is in the upper throat. If its head is angled down, the flame gets choked off before it builds pressure. Tilt the chin up, it'll clear the airway. The girl, May, presumably, narrowed her eyes at him. She had blue eyes and the particular expression of someone who didn't enjoy unsolicited advice. And you are? Ash Ketchum. From Pallet Town. Never heard of you. Ash grinned. He liked her already. Try the angle thing. May held his gaze for another second, measuring him, deciding, then turned back to her Torchic. Okay, Torchic. Head up this time. Like the weird kid said. The Torchic tilted its head up, puffed out its chest, and launched a clean, bright ember that hit the wooden post dead center with a satisfying crack. The post smoked. The Torchic hopped in a circle, delighted with itself. May blinked. Then she turned back to Ash with a different expression, still wary, but with a crack of grudging respect. How'd you know that? I traveled with a friend who raised fire types. Picked things up. He came down the steps and knelt to offer his hand to the Torchic, who sniffed his fingers and then nuzzled them. Good fire. Strong for a hatchling. She's 3 days old, May said, a note of pride slipping through her careful neutrality. Professor Birch gave her to me yesterday. I'm starting my journey today. Me too. Well, continuing it. This is my third region. Third. The wariness was back, mixed with something else. Competitiveness, maybe. How old are you? 10. Same as me, and you've already done 2 regions. Started young. May crossed her arms. Are you always this annoyingly calm? Asked Pikachu. He jerked his thumb over his shoulder. Pikachu, who had been lurking in the doorway, hopped down and landed on Ash's shoulder. It waved one small paw. Despite herself, May smiled. It transformed her face, sharp edges going soft, the combativeness dropping away to reveal something warmer underneath. Okay, your Pikachu is cute. I'll give you that. Don't let him hear you say cute. He thinks he's terrifying. Pikapi. Pikachu protested, sparking indignantly, which made May laugh, a bright, surprised sound, as if she hadn't expected to. That was the moment, looking back. Not the big moments that came later, not the battles or the storms or the world almost ending. Just a girl laughing in morning sunlight while a Torchic pecked at her shoe and a Pikachu pretended to be offended. The kind of moment you don't recognize as important until much later, when you're trying to pinpoint exactly when everything changed. Birch emerged from the lab, saw the two of them talking, and clapped his hands together. Ah, good, you've met. Ash, May. May, Ash. Both heading north to start collecting badges. Or in May's case, figuring out what she wants to do with her journey. Any chance you'd consider traveling together? Safety in numbers, and Route 101 has been dicey lately, Poochyena packs getting bolder. May looked at Ash. Ash looked at May. I'll think about it, they both said simultaneously, then stared at each other with matching expressions of surprise. Birch chuckled. You'll get along fine. They left Little Root together 20 minutes later. Neither of them acknowledged that they'd made the decision. It just happened, they were walking the same direction, and then they were walking together, and then May was asking about Kanto and Ash was telling her about the time he'd accidentally insulted a Gyarados and Pikachu had to bail him out, and she was laughing again, and the egg in his backpack pulsed warm and steady, and the road stretched ahead through green hills under a vast, open sky. Brock arrived on the second day. Ash and May had camped on Route 102 overnight, a simple camp, 2 sleeping bags on opposite sides of a small fire, the egg nestled in a hollow between tree roots where Ash could see its glow from his bedroll. They'd been ambushed by wild Zigzagoon twice and challenged by a young bug catcher who May had beaten with Torchic's improved Ember. She was a natural, Ash realized. Rough around the edges, but she read battles well, better than he had at the start of his own journey. She just needed experience. Brock caught up with them at the Route 102 crossroads, emerging from the southern trail with his massive backpack and his easy, familiar grin. He looked exactly the same as he had in Johto, same squinted eyes, same reliable presence, same inexplicable ability to appear exactly when you needed someone to cook dinner. Ash. I figured you'd be ahead of me. He clasped Ash's hand, then pulled him into a brief hug. Good to see you, man. Brock. What are you doing in Hoenn? Exploring. Learning. And my little siblings were driving me insane, so I needed to get out of Pewter for a while. His gaze moved to May, and for one horrible second Ash saw the familiar lovesick glaze begin to form in Brock's eyes, but May crossed her arms and fixed him with the exact look she'd given Ash the morning before, and something about it short-circuited whatever romantic nonsense Brock had been gearing up for. I'm May, she said flatly. And before you start, I'm 10. Brock blinked. I was just going to say hello. Sure you were. Ash bit down on a grin. Yeah, he liked her. The three of them fell into an easy rhythm, Ash navigating, May training Torchic during rest stops, Brock handling camp setup and meals with the competence of someone who'd been doing it since he was 12. And through it all, the egg sat in Ash's backpack, growing warmer, its golden veins pulsing faster, the patterns shifting constantly now like a countdown clock in a language none of them could read. It's changing, Brock observed on the third evening, leaning close with narrowed eyes. The energy output has to have tripled since this morning. Ash, I think it's close. Close to what? May asked. Hatching, Brock and Ash said together. They'd stopped for the night in a clearing on Route 104, the forest thick around them, the sky above their campsite a circle of deepening blue framed by treetops. Ash had set the egg on a flat rock near the fire, and all three of them were watching it. The gold veins were moving fast now, rivers of light racing across the black shell in complex, almost mathematical patterns. The warmth radiating from it was palpable from 3 feet away. "What do you think is inside?" May asked. She'd been told about the meteor, the crater, the egg. She'd listened with wide eyes and the focused intensity of someone cataloging information for later use. She hadn't freaked out. Point in her favor. Birch couldn't identify it, Ash said. He said the readings were consistent with legendary class Pokémon. Legendary class. May said the words carefully, tasting them. Like. Legendary. Like Lugia and Ho legendary. He didn't go that far. But yeah, that's what he was thinking. He just didn't want to say it. May looked at the egg, then at Ash, then back at the egg. "Huh," she said, in the tone of someone who had just recalibrated their entire understanding of the person sitting across from them. The storm rolled in fast. One moment the sky was clear through the gap in the canopy, the next, clouds boiled up from nowhere, thick, dark, roiling with internal lightning. The temperature dropped 10 degrees in a minute. Wind thrashed the treetops. Pikachu's cheeks sparked reflexively, and Torchic burrowed into May's jacket with a panicked chirp. "That came out of nowhere," Brock said, getting to his feet, scanning the sky with a trainer's practiced eye. "That's not natural weather. The pressure drop is," the egg cracked. A single line of pure white light split the obsidian shell from top to bottom, and the sound it made was not the quiet tick of an eggshell giving way. It was a note, a single, clear, ringing tone that cut through the wind and the thunder and seemed to resonate with the air itself. The gold veins blazed so bright Ash had to shield his eyes. The light was warm on his face, on his outstretched hands, and he could feel the heartbeat inside the egg accelerating, racing, a creature fighting its way into the world. A second crack. A third. White light poured from every fissure. The storm above them went berserk, lightning crashing in rapid succession, thunder rolling continuously, rain hammering the canopy so hard it sounded like applause. But none of it reached the clearing. The rain stopped in a perfect circle around their campsite, as if an invisible dome had been erected over them. Ash stepped forward without thinking. He knelt beside the rock and put both hands on the egg, feeling the shell fragment beneath his palms, feeling the life inside pressing outward. "Come on," he whispered. "I'm here. Come on out." The egg shattered. Not violently, it bloomed, the shell fragments dissolving into motes of golden light that swirled upward like inverse snow. And in the space where the egg had been, coiled in a tight spiral on the flat rock, was a dragon. It was about 4 feet long, serpentine, its body a continuous flowing curve from blunt snout to tapered tail. Its scales were black, not the dull black of soot or stone, but a deep, lustrous obsidian that reflected the firelight like polished glass. Along its body, tracing the same patterns the egg's veins had formed, were lines of luminous gold that pulsed with each breath. Tiny vestigial fins protruded from its head, barely formed, translucent, trembling. Its eyes, when they opened, were enormous pools of molten amber, ancient and newborn at the same time. It looked at Ash. Ash looked at it. And the storm stopped. Not gradually, instantly. The wind died. The thunder ceased. The clouds peeled apart overhead like curtains being drawn, and the stars appeared, sharp and countless, and the silence that followed was the deepest silence Ash had ever known. As if the sky itself had been holding its breath, waiting for this moment, and now that it had come, the sky could finally exhale. The hatchling made a sound. A small, warbling cry, questioning, tentative, impossibly soft for something that had just blown apart a thunderstorm with its birth. It uncurled slowly, lifting its head on a neck that seemed too thin to support it, and pressed its snout against Ash's palm. The contact sent a jolt through him. Not electric, not painful, more like a door opening inside his chest. A space he hadn't known was empty, suddenly filling with warmth and presence and a wordless, overwhelming sense of hello, I know you, I've been waiting for you, you're mine and I'm yours. Ash's eyes burned. He blinked hard and felt moisture on his cheeks and didn't care. Hey, he said, his voice cracking. Hey there. The hatchling chirped again and began climbing his arm, coiling around it with surprising strength, its tiny claws pricking through his jacket sleeve. It reached his shoulder and draped itself around his neck like a living scarf, its tail curling under his chin, and it let out a long, contented sigh that Ash felt vibrate through his collarbones. Behind him, he heard May whisper, "Oh my God." Brock said nothing. When Ash turned to look at him, the older boy's mouth was open, his usually composed expression replaced by naked awe. "Ash," Brock said slowly. "That's a Rayquaza." Ash looked at the hatchling, at its sleek black body, its gold markings, its vestigial fins, the serpentine elegance of it. He'd seen pictures. He'd read about the sky-high Pokémon in the Pokédex entries from Hoenn, guardian of the ozone layer, mediator between Groudon and Kyogre, one of the most powerful Pokémon in existence. Those pictures had shown a massive green dragon. This one was black and gold and 4 feet long and currently trying to eat his collar. "A shiny Rayquaza," May corrected, her voice hushed. "Look at the coloring. It's not green, it's a color variant. A shiny legendary." She said it like someone reciting a fact they'd learned from a textbook, her tone academic even as her hands trembled. "That's supposed to be impossible." "Lot of impossible things happening tonight," Ash said. The hatchling, his partner, the word arrived fully formed and unquestionable, nuzzled his jaw and chirped. "What are you going to name it?" May asked. The question came out of nowhere, practical and grounding, and Ash was grateful for it. He looked up at the sky, clear now, every star burning, the wind perfectly still, and a word rose in his mind that he was certain hadn't come from him. An impression, warm and certain, like a name whispered in a dream. "Zephyr," he said. "His name is Zephyr." The hatchling, Zephyr, raised his head and cried out. A small sound, a baby sound, but it carried. It went up and up and up into that vast clear sky, and for just a moment, the stars seemed to flicker in response. Above the clearing, unseen by anyone on the ground, the upper atmosphere shimmered. The jet stream shifted course by 6 degrees. Weather stations across Hoenn would record the anomaly in the morning and have no explanation for it. Something had changed in the sky, and the sky knew it. Zephyr grew fast. By the next morning, he was 5 feet. By the evening, 5.5. He ate everything Brock put in front of him, Pokémon food, berries, raw fish, cooked rice, and on one memorable occasion, May's bandana, which he spat out only after she chased him around the campsite for 10 minutes while Ash laughed so hard he couldn't breathe. He was playful, curious, and utterly, devastatingly attached to Ash. He rode on Ash's shoulders when he was small enough, and when he got too big for that, he flew, wobbly, clumsy, his vestigial fins growing and strengthening by the hour, golden light trailing from his wingtips as he figure-eighted through the forest canopy. He chased Pikachu. He investigated every sound, every new Pokémon, every interesting rock. He dive-bombed Brock's cooking pot and got a ladle to the snout for his trouble. But he always came back to Ash. Always. As if being more than 10 feet away caused him physical distress. He'd loop and soar and explore, but every few minutes his head would swing around to find Ash, his amber eyes would lock on, and his entire body would relax. "There you are." Good. Ash felt it too. The bond was a constant presence now, not intrusive, not overwhelming, just there, like a second pulse beneath his own. He could feel Zephyr's emotions as clearly as his own, curiosity when something new appeared, delight when he caught an updraft, fierce protectiveness when a wild Mytiana got too close to the camp one night. And through the bond, Ash began to feel other things. The wind. Not just feeling it on his skin, knowing it. Knowing where it was going, where it had been, what it carried. He'd stop mid-step and say, "Rain in 2 hours," from the southeast, and 2 hours later the clouds would roll in from the southeast exactly as he'd predicted. He felt the air pressure like a sixth sense, a three-dimensional map of the atmosphere that unfolded in his mind when he closed his eyes. "That's the third time you've predicted the weather perfectly," Brock said on the fourth day of travel. "It's not luck anymore, is it?" Ash shook his head slowly. "I can feel it. The air. It's talking to me. Not in words. Just. I know things about it that I shouldn't." May, walking beside him, gave him a long, searching look. "Does it scare you?" Ash considered the question honestly. "A little. But it also feels right. Like I was always supposed to feel this way and I just didn't have the ability until now." Pikachu said firmly from his shoulder. "I'm watching. If it goes wrong, I'm here." Ash scratched behind his ears and felt a wave of gratitude for his oldest friend. They caught the Trico on Route 104. It was a fast, efficient catch. Ash spotted the green gecko Pokémon sunning itself on a high branch, recognized the quality of it immediately, the way it held itself, the alertness in its eyes, the lean muscle of a Pokémon that had survived and thrived in the wild, and challenged it with Pikachu. The battle was short and sharp. Trico was quick, but Pikachu was quicker, a thunder wave followed by a perfectly timed iron tail, and Ash threw the ball with the casual precision of someone who'd done this hundreds of times. The ball clicked shut. Ash picked it up and smiled. "Welcome to the team," he said, and released Trico immediately. The gecko materialized on his arm, looked at him with cool, evaluating eyes, then nodded once. Acceptance. Respect earned through the quality of the battle. Trico was like that, you had to prove yourself, and then it was yours absolutely. May watched the whole thing with her arms crossed. "You made that look way too easy." "It wasn't easy. Trico's fast, I just have a fast Pikachu." "Chew," Pikachu agreed smugly. Zephyr, circling overhead at 6 feet long and growing, swooped down to investigate the new team member. Trico looked up at the black and gold dragon descending toward it, blinked once, and stepped behind Ash's leg. "Smart Trico," Brock observed. The battle with Keed happened on the 5th day. They'd reached the outskirts of Petalburg City, following the main road through increasingly settled territory, farms, orchards, the occasional small town. Ash was thinking about the Petalburg gym, running strategies in his head, when a voice cut across the road. "That's a Rayquaza." Ash turned. A woman stood at the roadside, late 20s, lean and weathered, with close-cropped dark hair and the sharp eyes of a career trainer. She wore a worn leather jacket covered in badges and pins, 8 Hoenn League badges, 2 Evergrande Conference participant pins, an Elite Four Challenge badge. This was someone who'd been deep in the game for a long time. She was staring at Zephyr, who was doing lazy loops above the road at 7 feet long, his gold markings catching the afternoon sun. "It is, isn't it?" she said. Not a question. Her voice was flat with shock. "That's a shiny Rayquaza." "His name is Zephyr," Ash said carefully. "And yeah." The woman's gaze snapped from Zephyr to Ash. She studied him, his age, his build, the Pikachu on his shoulder, the way he stood. Whatever she was calculating behind those eyes, it happened fast. "I'm Keed. Hoenn Circuit veteran, 8 conference appearances. I need to battle you." "Why?" "Because if a kid is running around Hoenn with a Rayquaza, I need to know if he can handle it. If he can't, people are going to get hurt." She said it matter-of-factly, without malice. 2 on 2. "You're Pikachu, then the dragon." Ash felt his jaw set. He didn't like the implication, but he understood it. And he never turned down a battle. "Fine." They squared off in a flat clearing beside the road. May and Brock settled against a fence to watch. A few local trainers and farmhands, drawn by the sight of the dragon overhead, gathered at a respectful distance. Keed released her first Pokemon. A Manectric, lean, crackling with electricity, well-trained and battle-scarred. This was no rookie's Pokemon. Pikachu, Ash said. Let's show her. Pikachu leapt from his shoulder, cheeks already sparking. It hit the ground running, literally, dashing to the left before Keed even called her first command. Ash and Pikachu had been together long enough that words weren't always necessary. Pikachu read his intent from the shift of his weight, the direction of his gaze. Thunder Fawn. Keed snapped. Quick attack to the flank, then Iron Tail. Manectric lunged with electrified jaws. Pikachu blurred, afterimage lingering where it had been a heartbeat before, reappearing at Manectric's side with its tail already glowing silver. The iron tail connected with a sound like a bell being struck, clean, solid, right on the ribcage. Manectric yelped and skidded sideways. Again, Ash said. Discharge. Electricity erupted from Manectric in all directions, a desperation move, covering the entire field. Pikachu couldn't dodge it, but it could tank it. Lightning Rod. The electricity slammed into Pikachu's body and Pikachu absorbed it, every volt, its body glowing, its power spiking. Thunderbolt. Pikachu's Thunderbolt, boosted by the absorbed discharge, hit Manectric like a freight train. The electric type was resistant, but the sheer power differential was too much. Manectric went down hard, smoking, and didn't get up. Keed recalled her Pokemon, face tight. Then she released her second. The Salamence that materialized was enormous. 7 feet at the shoulder, armored scales gleaming blue, wings spread wide enough to cast a shadow over the entire clearing. It roared, and the sound rattled windows in the nearest farmhouse. The crowd murmured. May leaned forward. Brock's eyes narrowed. Your dragon, Keed said. Let me see what it can do. Ash looked up. Zephyr was circling, his amber eyes fixed on the Salamence. Through the bond, Ash felt the hatchling's reaction, not fear, not aggression, but interest. A challenge. The instinct of a dragon meeting another dragon and wanting to prove itself. Zephyr, Ash called. You want this? Zephyr dropped from the sky like a black comet and pulled up 3 feet from the ground, hovering in the battle space with his gold markings pulsing bright. At 7 feet, he was dwarfed by the Salamence, but he didn't seem to care. He bared tiny fangs and let out a shriek that was equal parts battle cry and let's play. Size isn't everything, Ash murmured. He could feel Zephyr's energy through the bond, vast, raw, barely controlled. Like trying to direct a river with your bare hands. Dragon Claw. Keed commanded. Salamence lunged, claws glowing green with draconic energy. Fast for its size, terrifyingly fast. Up and over, Ash said. Zephyr corkscrewed upward, the dragon claw missing by inches, and came down on Salamance's back with his own claws raking across the larger dragon's scales. Salamence bellowed and twisted, trying to throw him off. Zephyr launched himself clear, looping wide. He's fast, Keed admitted. Flamethrower. Salamance's jaws opened, and fire erupted in a concentrated stream. Ash felt the heat from 30 feet away. Dodge and hit it with, he paused. What moves did Zephyr even know? They hadn't trained formally yet. Ash reached through the bond, felt for Zephyr's instincts, and found raw power coiled like a spring. Zephyr, light it up. Zephyr opened his jaws, and energy gathered, white gold, blinding, building far too fast and far too large. Ash felt it through the bond and his stomach dropped. That was a hyper beam. A baby Rayquaza was about to fire a hyper beam. Oh no, Zephyr, aim high. The hyper beam discharged. It went wide. Zephyr's aim was terrible, the recoil nearly sending his small body tumbling end over end, and the beam tore through the air 6 feet to the left of Salamence, continuing into the tree line behind Keed. 3 trees disintegrated. Not burned, not broken, disintegrated, reduced to sawdust and ash in the space between one heartbeat and the next. The shockwave knocked the gathered spectators back a step. Silence. Keed stared at the smoldering gap in the treeline. Her face was pale. "He's still learning," Ash said quickly, his heart hammering. Through the bond, he felt Zephyr's chagrined embarrassment. The hatchling hadn't meant to miss, and he definitely hadn't meant to destroy the trees. "Zephyr, listen to me. Listen to me, not the power. Small attacks. Quick. Like Pikachu does." Zephyr warbled acknowledgement. Ash felt him pull the power back, compressing it, focusing it down from a wildfire into something more manageable. When Zephyr fired again, it was a compact pulse of draconic energy, dragon pulse, instinctive and raw, that caught Salamence in the chest and drove the bigger dragon back 3 steps. The rest of the battle was Ash directing Zephyr through the bond, short, precise commands supplemented by emotional impressions. "Fast, tight, don't overcommit, now dodge, now circle, now hit hard." Zephyr fought like a street brawler channeling a hurricane, messy, instinctive, terrifyingly powerful even when holding back. Salamence landed hits, a dragon claw that opened a shallow gash along Zephyr's flank, a flamethrower that singed his tail, but Zephyr's speed was overwhelming, his ability to change direction in midair bordering on supernatural. The final exchange was a head-on charge, Salamence diving with full force, Zephyr rising to meet it. They collided in midair with a concussion that Ash felt in his bones. Zephyr was smaller, lighter, he should have been swatted aside. Instead, he coiled around Salamence's neck like a constricting serpent, his body rippling with golden light, and bit down on the larger dragon's crest with jaws that crackled with raw energy. Salamence crashed to the ground. Zephyr rode it down, releasing at the last second and spiraling up into the sky, victorious and bleeding from a dozen small wounds and screaming his triumph to the clouds. Keed recalled her Salamence and stood very still for a long moment. "That's real," she said quietly. "That's a real Rayquaza, bonded to a 10-year-old. I know it's a lot too, you fought well." She cut him off, not unkindly. "You controlled him as well as anyone could. Better than I expected." She paused. "But that hyper beam. If he'd been on target, my Salamence would be dead. Not fainted. Dead. You understand the kind of power you're carrying?" "I'm starting to." Keed looked at him for a long moment, then nodded. She returned to the road, pausing to look back. "I'm going to tell people about this. Not to cause trouble, people need to know. A bonded Rayquaza in Hoenn changes things. For everyone." She walked away. Ash watched her go, a knot forming in his stomach. Pikachu pressed against his ankle. May came up beside him and put a hand on his arm, a brief touch, there and gone, but he felt it. "That was amazing," she said quietly. "And terrifying. Both at the same time." "Yeah," Ash agreed. "Both at the same time." Above them, Zephyr circled, and the sky moved with him. Word spread fast. Faster than Ash had expected. 2 days later, passing through a small town west of Petalburg Woods, they heard people talking about it in the Pokémon Center, a trainer with a black Rayquaza, a kid, can you believe it? The story was already mutating, growing in the telling. The Rayquaza was 20 feet long, it was 8, the kid was an Elite Four member in disguise, he was 10, the dragon had destroyed half a forest in a single attack, 3 trees, and Ash still felt bad about them. "Maybe I should keep Zephyr in his ball for a while," Ash said that night, sitting by the fire. Zephyr was coiled around him like a living blanket, his head resting on Ash's knee, amber eyes half closed. The idea of putting him in a pokeball felt wrong, physically wrong, like suggesting he cut off his own hand. "That would be smart," Brock said. "Discreet. Safe. But..." May prompted. "But Zephyr hates the ball. And I don't think the bond works the same way when he's contained." "Ash, your weather sense, does it work when Zephyr's in the ball?" Ash thought about it. "No. It fades. Like putting earplugs in. Then keeping him out is a tactical advantage. You can sense threats coming, predict conditions, adapt in real time. That's worth the visibility. So we just walk around with a legendary dragon and deal with whatever comes, May said. That's kind of been the plan since the egg hatched, Ash pointed out. May snorted. Great plan. You're still here. Someone has to keep you grounded. Literally. She glanced at Zephyr, who had begun to hover slightly in his sleep, lifting Ash a few inches off the ground. You're floating again. Ash looked down. He was, in fact, hovering. Zephyr. Down. The hatchling grumbled and settled, and Ash's backside reconnected with solid earth. Brock was trying very hard not to laugh. May wasn't trying at all. They entered Petalburg Woods the next morning. The forest was dense, old growth, the canopy so thick that the light filtering through was green and diffuse, more like being underwater than walking through a wood. The path was narrow and winding, and the sounds of the forest were constant, rustling, chirping, the occasional crash of something large moving through the underbrush far away. Zephyr didn't like it. The forest was too closed in for him, too dark, too far from the open sky. He coiled tightly around Ash's torso, his head up over Ash's shoulder, hissing softly at every shadow. Through the bond, Ash felt his dragon's unease. Zephyr was a creature of the sky, and being hemmed in by trees on all sides felt like being caged. Easy, Ash murmured. We'll be through in a few hours. May was ahead on the path, Torchic on her shoulder, when she stopped. Ash. Her voice was careful. Too careful. He looked past her and saw them. 3 figures blocking the path, wearing matching dark uniforms with a stylized 8 emblem. Blue bandanas. Hard eyes. And behind them, already released and flanking the path, a Sharpedo and 2 Crawdont, powerful water types, fully evolved, positioned in an obvious ambush formation. That's a nice dragon you've got, kid, said the lead figure, a tall woman with a scar across her jaw. She smiled in a way that involved her mouth but absolutely nothing else. Boss would like to see it. How about you hand it over and nobody gets hurt? Team Aqua. Ash had heard of them in his pre-journey research, one of Hoenn's 2 notorious criminal organizations, obsessed with expanding the world's oceans. He hadn't expected to encounter them this early. Zephyr felt his spike of adrenaline through the bond and uncurled, rising to his full height behind Ash, gold markings blazing like warning lights. He was 8 feet long now and growing, and his hiss was nothing like the soft sound he'd made in the forest's shadows. This hiss promised violence. 3 agents, 3 Pokémon on their side, Brock said quietly from behind Ash. Ambush position. They've been tracking us. How did they know where we'd be? They tracked the meteor, May said, realization dawning. The energy signature. They've been following it since it hit. The lead agent's smile widened. Smart girl. Our scientists detected the impact the night it happened. Took us a few days to pinpoint the egg's location, and by then your little trainer here had already run off with it. But Team Aqua is patient. She held up a device, a containment unit, sleek and advanced, covered in pulsing blue circuitry. This will hold even a legendary. Specially designed. Now, are you going to be reasonable? Ash's hand went to his belt. Pikachu dropped from his shoulder, cheeks sparking. Trico's ball was in his other hand, ready. Not a chance, Ash said. The woman sighed. They never are. Take the dragon. The battle erupted. The Sharpedo lunged first, a crunch attack aimed straight at Zephyr. Ash shouted and Pikachu intercepted, slamming an iron tail into the shark Pokémon's snout mid-lunge, redirecting its momentum into a tree trunk. The impact shook leaves from the canopy. Trico, go. Ash released his gecko, who materialized on a low branch and immediately understood the situation. His eyes locked onto the nearest Crawdont and he launched, leaf blade, green energy scything through the dim forest light, connecting with the crustacean's claw and driving it back. The second Crawdaunt circled wide, going for Zephyr from the side. Ash saw it through his peripheral vision, or rather, he felt the shift in air pressure as the large Pokémon moved, the displacement of air in the narrow forest path creating a ripple that his new senses read like sonar. Zephyr, 3 o'clock, incoming. Zephyr spun and fired a dragon pulse, compact, controlled, exactly the way they'd practiced after the battle with Keed. The blast caught the Crawdaunt in the chest and hurled it backward into the underbrush. But the effort visibly strained the young dragon. He was still growing, still learning, and every powerful attack took its toll. May was fighting too. She hadn't waited to be told, her Torchic was already engaging, darting between the Aqua agents' legs, firing embers at their boots and equipment. One of the agents cursed and swatted at the small firebird, only to catch a faceful of flame when Torchic hopped onto a rock and fired point blank. Brock had released his Fortress, a holdover from Johto, armored and reliable. It planted itself in front of Ash's group like a shield, rapid spin deflecting a water gun from the recovering Crawdaunt. The lead agent wasn't participating in the battle, she was circling, moving through the trees, trying to flank Ash and get close enough to use the containment device on Zephyr. Ash tracked her by the sound of her boots on the forest floor, by the way the air shifted around her moving body. Pikachu, behind us. Thunderbolt. Pikachu whirled and let loose. The thunderbolt lit up the forest like a flashbulb, and the lead agent dove sideways, narrowly avoiding the blast. The containment device flew from her hands and hit the ground. Get the device, the agent shouted to her subordinates. Forget the Pokémon, get the damn, more of them. Ash felt it before he heard it, additional bodies moving through the forest from the north, displacing air, creating pressure waves. Reinforcements. 3 more agents, at least, with more Pokémon. There's more coming, Ash said. Brock, north side, 30 seconds. Brock didn't question how Ash knew. He repositioned Fortress to cover the northern approach. But 30 seconds was all the first wave needed. The Sharpedo recovered from Pikachu's iron tail and launched a hydro pump, not at any of the trainers, but at the ground beneath Zephyr, turning the forest floor to mud, destabilizing the young dragon's position. A Crawdaunt hit Zephyr with Bubble Beam from behind, not powerful enough to injure, but enough to distract. And in that moment of distraction, the lead agent scrambled for the containment device. Zephyr screamed. Not his battle cry, not his playful warble. A scream of fury and fear and raw, primal power that came from somewhere deep inside him, from the same place that controlled weather, that bent the atmosphere, that had silenced a thunderstorm simply by being born. The scream hit Ash through the bond like a hammer, and he staggered, and the sky responded. The wind came first. A blast of air pressure that flattened every standing person within 50 feet, Aqua agents, Ash, May, Brock, everyone except Zephyr, who rose into the air with his gold markings blazing so bright they left afterimages. The canopy above them tore open, not burned, not blasted, just pushed aside by a column of wind that punched a hole through the forest ceiling straight to the open sky. Through the gap, sunlight poured down like a spotlight and Zephyr ascended into it, screaming, and the forest shook. The Aqua Pokémon broke. Whatever courage or training they had evaporated in the face of that sound, that light, that presence. The Sharpedo thrashed backward. The Crawdaunt fled into the underbrush. Even the reinforcements, just arriving from the north, skidded to a halt and stared upward with pale faces. It was over in seconds. The Aqua agents recalled their Pokémon with shaking hands, and the lead agent looked up at the hovering, blazing dragon in the column of light and said, very quietly, "Oh. Oh, that's what we're dealing with." She pulled a communicator from her belt. Her hand was trembling. "Commander, this is Unit 7. Target confirmed. It's real, it's a Rayquaza, sir, and the boy is bonded. Genuinely bonded. Our containment tech is insufficient. We need a different approach. Static. Then a voice came through the communicator, warm, deep, charismatic, tinged with the accent of someone who'd spent their life on the ocean. "Show me." The agent turned her communicator's camera upward, toward Zephyr, who was descending now, the wind dying, the fury fading back to wariness. Ash reached up and Zephyr came to him, coiling around his arm, pressing his head against Ash's cheek. The gold glow dimmed to a steady pulse. Safe. Protected. Together. Through the communicator's tiny speaker, the voice spoke again. "So it's true. The sky has chosen a child. How poetic." A pause. Behind the voice, barely audible, the sound of water. Not calm water, restless, churning, as if the ocean itself was agitated. "Pull your team out. We'll find another way. The sea is patient, after all." The communicator clicked off. The Aqua agents retreated into the forest without another word, fast and professional despite their shaken composure. In 60 seconds, they were gone. Ash stood in the blasted clearing with Zephyr wrapped around him and the sky visible through the hole his dragon had torn in the canopy. His hands were shaking. Not from fear, from the aftershock of what he'd felt through the bond. That power. That raw, enormous, barely contained power. "Ash?" May's voice. "Careful. Are you okay?" He looked at his hands. They were tinged with gold light, faint, fading, but unmistakable. The same gold as Zephyr's markings. "Yeah," he said, and closed his fists until the light disappeared. "Yeah, I'm fine." Brock was checking Pikachu and Trico for injuries. Fortress was unscathed, the armored Pokémon looked more annoyed than anything. May's Torchic was puffed up with post-battle adrenaline, pecking at a fallen Aqua badge it had somehow acquired. "Team Aqua," Brock said grimly. "This isn't going to be the last time." "No," Ash agreed. "It's not." They pressed on through Petalburg Woods without further incident, but the mood had changed. The forest felt different now, not threatening, exactly, but aware. As if the trees themselves had witnessed what happened and were whispering about it to each other, passing the story along through their roots and branches. Ash walked with one hand on Zephyr's head, feeling the dragon's heartbeat through his palm, and tried not to think about the gold light on his hands. He failed. Rustboro City was gray stone and steel and noise after the green quiet of the forest. It rose from the hills like a monument to industry, tall buildings, busy streets, the massive silhouette of Devon Corporation headquarters dominating the skyline. Ash could feel the air here was different, thicker, tinged with machine smoke and the particular energy of a city that never fully slept. They arrived in the late afternoon, tired and trail-worn, and Ash made a beeline for the Pokémon Center. Zephyr was in his ball for the first time, not happily, but necessarily. Walking into a city with a legendary dragon wrapped around your shoulders was a good way to cause a riot. Through the bond, even dampened by the ball's containment, Ash could feel Zephyr's sullen displeasure. "Dark in here. Don't like it. Want sky." Soon, Ash thought back, and felt a flicker of reassurance cross the bond. Not words, they couldn't speak to each other, not yet, but emotions, impressions, colors of feeling. It was getting stronger every day. The Pokémon Center was crowded. Trainers filled the lobby. It was early in the season, and Rustboro, home to the first major gym, was a gathering point for new challengers. Ash registered his team with Nurse Joy, listing Zephyr simply as Rayquaza, which made Joy's eyebrows climb her forehead but didn't provoke the reaction he'd feared. She was professional enough to keep her composure, and found a corner table in the cafeteria. May and Brock joined him with food. For a few minutes, they just ate in companionable silence, the noise of the center washing over them. "I want to challenge Roxanne tomorrow," Ash said. "Pikachu and Trico only. I'm not using Zephyr in gym battles." Brock looked up. "Why not?" "Because I want to earn my badges as a trainer. Not as..." He gestured vaguely at himself. "Whatever I'm becoming." That's actually really mature of you, May said, sounding surprised enough to be slightly insulting. Thanks. I think. I didn't mean, most people with that kind of power would use it. You're choosing not to. That says something. Ash met her eyes. Something passed between them, not the electric spark of the bond he shared with Zephyr, but something quieter and, in its own way, just as significant. An understanding. A recognition of values shared. Then Pikachu stole a fry off Ash's plate and the moment broke, and they were just three kids in a Pokemon Center again, arguing about strategy and stealing each other's food. They never got to Roxanne. The knock came at 10 o'clock that night. Ash was in his assigned room on the third floor, Pikachu curled at the foot of the bed, Zephyr released from his ball and coiled in the corner, his gold markings providing a soft ambient light. May and Brock were in adjacent rooms. Ash was almost asleep when the knock came, sharp, precise, 3 raps in quick succession. A military knock. He opened the door. The woman in the hallway was tall, lean, and carried herself with the coiled readiness of a fighter. She wore a dark uniform, not Team Aqua's pirate aesthetic, not Team Magma's red and black. This was professional. Official. A subtle Pokemon League insignia on the breast pocket, but modified, overlaid with a symbol Ash didn't recognize, something that looked like a contained explosion. Her hair was silver white, cropped short. Her eyes were gray and cold and steady. She might have been 30, might have been 40, her face had the ageless quality of someone who'd seen too much to be marked by something as trivial as time. Behind her, in the hallway, stood 4 more figures in the same uniform. All armed with pokeballs. All watching Ash with the focused attention of people who were very, very good at what they did. Ash Ketchum, the woman said. Not a question. My name is Commander Solaris. I lead the Pokemon League's Mythic Response Division. Her gaze moved past him to the corner of the room, where Zephyr had raised his head, amber eyes glowing, gold markings pulsing faster. We need to talk about your Rayquaza. Ash didn't step back. Didn't flinch. Pikachu was on his shoulder in an instant, he hadn't even seen the mouse move, but suddenly it was there, cheeks sparking, ready. It's 10 at night, Ash said. Couldn't this wait until morning? Solaris's expression didn't change. No. May I come in? Ash looked at her. Looked at her team in the hallway. Made a decision. They stay outside. A flicker in Solaris's eyes, surprise, maybe, at a 10-year-old setting terms. She nodded once. Agreed. She stepped into the room. Ash closed the door behind her. Zephyr uncoiled from the corner and positioned himself between Ash and the stranger, a low growl building in his throat. Solaris glanced at the dragon, 8 feet of obsidian scales and golden light, barely 3 weeks old and already radiating an energy that made the lights flicker, and her jaw tightened. Do you know what happens when a human bonds with a legendary Pokemon? She asked. I'm learning. I'm sure you are. You're learning that you can sense the weather, manipulate air currents, that your senses are sharpening beyond normal human parameters. In a few weeks, you'll be able to fly. In a few months, you might be able to control storms. In a year. She trailed off. The historical record is clear, Ash. Bonded legendaries amplify their partner's abilities exponentially. And in every documented case, every single one, the result has been catastrophic. She pulled a small device from her pocket and projected a holographic image onto the wall. A city in ruins. Then another. Then a landscape scarred by what looked like a massive energy discharge. Shamuti Island, 9 years ago. A collector bonded with Articuno and tried to control the weather. 300 people died in the resulting storm before the bond was broken. Another image. Alf Ruins, 15 years ago. A researcher established a partial bond with an unknown cluster. The psychic feedback created a reality distortion that swallowed a square mile of countryside. Another. Cinnabar Island, 20 years ago. Do you know why Cinnabar's volcano erupted? A bonded legendary. A trainer who found a molter's egg, much like you found yours. The bond destabilized the volcanic energy that molters naturally regulates. The eruption killed 47 people, including the trainer. Ash's stomach clenched. He wanted to argue, to say this is different, Zephyr and I are different, but the images on the wall were hard to argue with. Those were real places. Real casualties. I'm not those people, he said. No. You're 10 years old, which means you have even less emotional control and life experience than any of them did. Solaris's voice was flat, clinical, but beneath it Ash sensed something else, not cruelty. Fear. She was afraid. Not of him. Of what could happen. The League has protocols for this situation. The Rayquaza needs to be placed in secure containment, not harmed, not separated permanently, but managed by people with the resources and expertise to ensure that this bond doesn't end in another catastrophe. You want to take him away from me. I want to prevent people from dying. Silence. Zephyr's growl was a constant low vibration now, his body rigid, his eyes fixed on Solaris. Through the bond, Ash felt the dragon's reaction to the threat, not fear, but a fierce, blazing refusal. Mine. She wants to take me from you. I won't let her. I won't. Ash put his hand on Zephyr's head. The dragon quieted, marginally. No, Ash said. Solaris's eyes hardened. This isn't a request. I know. My answer is still no. You're a minor. The League has authority to regulate Pokémon training, not to confiscate bonded partners. I know the League Charter. Article 7, Section 3, no trainer shall be forcibly separated from a bonded Pokémon except in cases of documented abuse or imminent threat to public safety. You can't prove either of those. A beat of silence. Solaris stared at him. You've read the League Charter. I've been a trainer for almost a year. I do my homework. Something shifted in Solaris's expression. The cold professionalism cracked, just for a moment, and underneath it Ash saw, reluctant respect. Frustration. Both? You have 72 hours, she said. That's not a threat. It's reality. In 72 hours, I'll have the documentation to classify you as a Class 5 mythic threat, which supersedes Article 7. At that point, I won't be knocking on your door at night and asking politely. And in 72 hours, I'll be gone. Solaris nodded slowly. I expected you'd say that. She turned to leave, then paused at the door. She didn't turn around. I lost my brother to a legendary incident. He was 12. I'm not doing this because I enjoy it, Ash. I'm doing it because I've seen what happens when the bond goes wrong, and I can't, her voice caught. She cleared her throat. 72 hours. She left. The door closed behind her. Ash stood in a quiet room, his hand on Zephyr's head, and breathed. She's scared, he said to Pikachu. Really scared. Pika. I know. But we're not giving him up. No. We're not. A knock on the connecting door, May, in pajamas, hair messy, eyes wide and alert. I heard voices. What happened? Ash told her. Her expression went through several transformations, shock, anger, fear, and finally something steely and determined that made her look older than 10. Then we leave early, she said. Before dawn. You don't have to come. Shut up, Ash. Brock appeared in the other connecting doorway, arms crossed, already wearing his boots. What she said. What time are we leaving? Ash looked at both of them, these two people he'd known for days, who had no reason to stick their necks out for him and his impossible dragon, who were choosing to do it anyway. 4 a.m., he said. I'll pack breakfast, Brock said, and disappeared. May lingered in the doorway, her eyes on Zephyr, who had relaxed now that the threat was gone and was nuzzling Ash's palm. He really did choose you, didn't he? Yeah. Then they can't have him. She said it with absolute finality, as if she were stating a law of physics. Then she went back to her room and closed the door. Ash didn't sleep. He sat on the bed with Zephyr in his lap and Pikachu against his side and waited for 4 a.m. and thought about Solaris's brother, who had been 12 and was dead. He thought about the ruined cities on the holographic display. He thought about the gold light on his hands. He was 10 years old and the most dangerous thing in Hoenn, and he was terrified. But when he looked at Zephyr, curled warm and trusting in his arms, the terror receded. Not gone, he wasn't stupid enough to think he could banish fear by ignoring it. But manageable. Held in check by something stronger. "I'm not giving you up," he whispered. Zephyr hummed. The gold markings pulsed, warm and steady, and the warmth spread through Ash's body and settled in his chest like a small sun. They left Rustboro at 4 in the morning, slipping out through the Pokemon Center side exit into streets still dark and quiet. Ash carried Zephyr in his arms. The dragon was 8.5 feet now, too big to hide easily, but the pre-dawn darkness helped. They moved fast, heading north toward Route 116, putting distance between themselves and Solaris and her team. By the time the sun came up, they were in the hills above the city, and Ash released Zephyr to fly. The dragon exploded into the sky with a joy that hit Ash through the bond like a shot of sunlight, pure, uncomplicated happiness at being free, at having open air above him, at being alive. He climbed until he was a dark speck against the dawn, then dove, then climbed again, leaving trails of gold light across the brightening sky. Ash watched him fly and felt something loosen in his chest. "You're smiling," May said from beside him. "Am I? It's a good look on you." She was smiling too, watching Zephyr dance with the clouds, her hair catching the first light of morning. "Where do we go from here?" "Dewford Town. There's a gym there, and it's on an island, harder for Solaris to reach us." "And after that?" Ash looked at the sky. Zephyr was doing barrel rolls through a cloud bank, and somewhere in the distance, the ocean glittered. Hoenn spread out below them, vast and green and full of unknowns. "We figure it out as we go," he said. "That's what I always do." He climbed the last hill and stopped at the top, and May stopped beside him, and Brock stopped beside her, and for a moment they just stood there, 3 kids on a hilltop at dawn, watching a black dragon trail gold fire across the morning sky, with the whole world ahead of them and every authority on the continent about to start looking. Then Ash's phone rang. He picked it up. Professor Birch, sounding strained. "Ash, listen, something weird is going on. I'm getting reports from fishermen along Route 115 about deep-sea tremors. Unusual seismic activity, nothing that correlates with any known geological patterns. And a research team I sent to investigate some ancient ruins found glowing. They found ruins with symbols that were glowing, Ash, glowing without any power source, and the symbols match," his voice cracked. "They match the markings on your Rayquaza's egg." Ash felt the blood drain from his face. "And Ash? The research team hasn't checked in for 2 days. They're not responding to any communication." Silence on the line. The wind whispered across the hilltop. Zephyr circled overhead, and deep in Ash's gut, beneath the bond, beneath the warmth, something cold stirred. A premonition. A shadow. Something was waking up. "I'll look into it," Ash said. "Stay safe, Professor." He hung up. May and Brock were watching him, reading his expression. "Trouble?" Brock asked. "Maybe." Ash looked at the sky one more time, brilliant, clear, impossibly blue, his domain if the bond was to be believed. Beautiful. His to protect. He shouldered his pack and started walking. "Let's go." Behind them, Rustboro City glinted in the morning light. Above them, Zephyr flew, trailing gold fire. And far below the ocean, in a darkness so deep that light had never touched it, something ancient pressed against its prison and felt, for the first time in millennia, the seal begin to crack. It smiled with a mouth that had no shape, and it whispered with a voice that had no sound, and the deep water trembled. Soon. Miles away, on the roof of the Rustboro Pokemon Center, Commander Solaris stood in the dawn light and watched the sky. Her hands were clasped behind her back, her face unreadable, her silver hair ruffling in the breeze. She'd known they'd run. She'd let them. Her lieutenant approached. "Commander. They've left the city. North, toward Route 116. Should we pursue?" Solaris didn't answer immediately. She was watching the sky, watching a distant dark-shaped trail gold across the blue, too far to see clearly but unmistakable if you knew what you were looking for. "He quoted the League Charter at me," she said. "Ma'am. Article 7, Section 3. Word for word. He's 10. She almost smiled. "Almost. My brother would have been 24 this year." "Did you know that?" "Yes, ma'am. He loved Pokemon. Loved them the way that kid loves his Rayquaza, absolutely, without reservation. And it killed him." She watched the gold trail fade into the northern sky. "Prepare a tracking detail. Long-range surveillance only. I want to know where he goes, who he talks to, and what that Rayquaza does. But don't engage. Not yet. And if the council demands action? Then I'll handle the council." Her eyes were hard. "That boy is either the most dangerous person in Hoenn or the most important. I need to know which before I make my next move." She turned from the sky and walked inside, and the door closed behind her, and the rooftop was empty. But the sky wasn't. High above Rustboro, so high that the city was a gray smudge on the green landscape, Zephyr flew. And Ash flew with him, not physically, not yet, but in spirit, through the bond, seeing what Zephyr saw, feeling what Zephyr felt. The world spread out below him, impossibly vast, impossibly beautiful, and the wind was his and the clouds were his and the endless blue was his, and he was 10 years old and he was the god of the sky and he had no idea what that meant yet, but he was going to find out. The aurora borealis appeared over Hoenn that night, shimmering curtains of green and gold light rippling across the sky from horizon to horizon. People came out of their houses and stood in the streets and stared upward in wonder, because the aurora had never been seen this far south, not ever, not once in recorded history. In a Pokemon Center in Dewford Town, May pressed her face against the window and watched the lights dance. In a cave above Route 116, Brock paused in his cooking and looked up through the cave mouth, his expression odd. On the shore of an unnamed island, Ash sat with Pikachu in his lap and Zephyr coiled around him, 10 feet of black dragon glowing gold in the aurora's light, and he looked up at the sky, his sky, and felt, for the first time since the egg had hatched, something like peace. Not ignorance. Not denial. He knew what was coming: Solaris, Team Aqua, the glowing ruins, the missing researchers, the cold something stirring deep beneath the ocean. He knew the road ahead was going to be hard and dangerous and bigger than anything he'd faced before. But the sky was beautiful tonight, and his dragon was warm against his side, and his friends were safe, and for right now, that was enough. "Good night, Zephyr," he murmured. Zephyr hummed, and the aurora flickered gold, and the stars burned bright above a world that was changing, whether it was ready or not. Chapter 2, Storm Crown. 2 weeks changed everything and nothing. Ash still woke before dawn. Still laced his boots the same way, left foot first, double knot, tucked the loops. Still reached for Pikachu before his eyes were fully open, feeling the familiar warm weight shift against his hip. Still thought about his next gym battle before he thought about breakfast. But then he'd step outside whatever Pokemon Center or campsite or borrowed room they'd slept in, and the sky would greet him. Not metaphorically. He'd feel it, every air current within a mile radius mapping itself in his mind like a living diagram, the humidity percentage landing in his awareness without effort, the barometric pressure registering as clearly as the temperature on his skin. He'd look up and know exactly where every cloud was headed, how fast the wind was moving at 10,000 feet, whether the day would bring rain or sun or something in between. And somewhere above him, always above him, Zephyr would be flying. The dragon was 12 feet long now and showed no signs of slowing. His body had lengthened and thickened, the vestigial fins hardening into proper flight surfaces, the gold markings deepening from luminous tracery into bold, sweeping patterns that covered his obsidian flanks like war paint. His eyes had changed too, still amber, still warm when they looked at Ash, but deeper now, carrying a weight and intelligence that went beyond what any 3-week-old creature should possess. When Zephyr looked at you, you felt seen. Not observed. Seen. Understood at some molecular level. Ash could ride him now. The first time had been an accident. Zephyr had swooped low during a training session on Route 109, and Ash had grabbed his neck on instinct, and suddenly he was 50 feet in the air with nothing between him and the ground but wind and faith. He'd screamed for exactly 1 second. Then the bond had kicked in, Zephyr's flight instincts flooding through the connection, his body adjusting to the dragon's movements without conscious thought, his center of gravity shifting to match every turn and dive and climb as if he'd been born in the air. They'd flown for an hour that first time. When they'd landed, Ash's legs had been shaking and his face had been split by the widest grin of his life, and May had been standing on the beach with her arms crossed and her expression cycling between fury and wonder. "You could have died," she'd said. "But I didn't. That's not the point and you know it." "It kind of is, though." She'd thrown a sandal at him. He'd deserved it. Now flying was routine. Every morning, before the others woke, Ash and Zephyr took to the sky. Short flights at first, 10 minutes, 20, circling the campsite, getting used to each other's rhythms. Then longer. An hour over the coastline, the ocean glittering below, the wind in Ash's face carrying salt and distance and freedom. He didn't need a saddle or harness. The bond held him, Zephyr would never let him fall, and they both knew it with a certainty that went deeper than trust. His team was growing too. Pikachu, ever reliable, had been training harder than ever, sparring with Brock's Pokémon, honing Iron Tail and Thunderbolt to razor precision, developing a new technique that Ash called Volt Tackle after watching Pikachu charge a training dummy with full-body electrical discharge. Trico, now Grovyle, having evolved during a fierce battle with a wild slaking on Route 117, was cool, calculated, and devastatingly fast. Ash had also caught a taillow that he was training up, and a corfish that had essentially caught itself by refusing to leave after Ash had fished it out of a river. 2 gym badges sat in his case. Roxanne and Rustboro, they'd circled back after shaking Solaris's surveillance, and Ash had swept the rock-type gym with Grovyle and Pikachu in a battle that had left the normally composed gym leader visibly impressed. Brawly and Dewford, a tougher fight, the fighting-type specialists Makahita pushing Pikachu to the limit before Ash outmaneuvered him with a combination play that left Brock nodding in approval. He hadn't used Zephyr in either battle. Hadn't even been tempted. You could just fly Zephyr through every gym and be done in a week, May had pointed out after the Brawly fight, while Ash was getting his badge polished by the gym attendant. "Where's the fun in that? Since when do you care about fun? You're the most competitive person I've ever met." "Exactly. Winning with Zephyr isn't competitive. It's just, showing up." He'd held the badge up to the light, examining it. "I want to earn these. Really earn them. Zephyr's my partner, not my shortcut." May had looked at him for a long moment, her expression unreadable, and then said, "Okay, that was actually a good answer," and walked away before he could respond. They'd been doing that a lot lately, having conversations that ended with one of them walking away and the other staring after them, trying to figure out what had just happened. Brock had started humming to himself whenever it occurred, which was infuriating and inexplicable and probably meant something that Ash wasn't ready to examine. The media had found them, of course. That was the nothing changed part, no matter how fast you moved, the story moved faster. The Sky Boy, the Hoenn news networks called him. Some outlets used his real name. Some didn't need to. The footage from Petalburg Woods, someone had been recording from one of the neighboring farms during the key battle, and the clip of Zephyr's stray hyper beam disintegrating 3 trees had gone viral overnight. Then the Aurora footage. Then blurry photos of Ash riding a black dragon over Duford's coast at sunset, Zephyr's gold markings leaving streaks of light across the sky like a painter's brush on blue canvas. He was famous. Not Pokémon League champion famous. Legendary famous. It attracted challengers. On Route 110, a trainer with a full team of 6 challenged him to a gauntlet battle, all 6 against Pikachu alone. Ash accepted because the trainer was arrogant and because Pikachu had been itching for a real fight. Pikachu swept all 6 in 11 minutes. The trainer's jaw was still hanging when Ash walked past him. On Route 117, a pair of ace trainers ambushed him, not maliciously, just competitively, wanting to test themselves against the Sky Boy. Ash used Grovyle and Corphish and won both double battles without losing a single Pokémon. The ace trainers bought him lunch afterward and asked for his autograph. He gave them a signature and felt weird about it for hours. On Route 118, a trainer with a Salamence, not keyed, someone new, flew down from the sky and demanded to battle Zephyr specifically. Dragon against dragon. Real stakes. Define real stakes, Ash had said. Loser admits the other's dragon is superior. Ash looked at Zephyr, hovering beside him at 12 feet of sleek obsidian power. Looked at the Salamence, big, healthy, well-trained. A good Pokémon. But not in the same category. Not even close. Not anymore. I don't need to prove that, Ash said, and kept walking. The trainer sputtered behind him. Ash didn't look back. That was the thing about power, real power, the kind that lived in your bones and flew at your side and pulsed gold when your heart beat. Once you had it, you didn't need to prove it. You just needed to control it. The control was the hard part. His emotions were becoming weapons. Not dramatically, not dangerously, not yet, but he could feel the correlation strengthening. Anger brought wind. Fear brought storm clouds. Joy brought sunshine so sudden and bright that people looked up in confusion. Sadness brought fog, rolling in from nowhere, thick and gray and clinging. He was learning to manage it, to hold his feelings at arm's length and filter them before they reached the sky, but it was exhausting. Like holding your breath all day. Like trying to think about breathing manually and never stopping. May was the one who noticed when it slipped. She'd gotten good at reading his micro-expressions, a slight tightening around his eyes that meant he was clamping down on something, a looseness in his shoulders that meant he'd lost his grip for a second. She didn't always say anything. Sometimes she'd just move closer, and her presence would ground him, and the errant cloud would dissolve or the rogue breeze would settle. He hadn't thanked her for that yet. He wasn't sure how to. They reached Slateport City on a Tuesday afternoon, the sun high and the port district bustling with traders, sailors, and trainers streaming toward the beach. Ash had been looking forward to Slateport. It was a hub city, well-connected, with a contest hall that May was eager to check out and a market district where Brock could restock their supplies. A chance to breathe. To be normal for a day. They got about 4 hours of normal before Stephen Stone found them. Ash was sitting in a seaside cafe with Pikachu on the table beside him, sharing a plate of malasadas, when a shadow fell across him and a voice said, "Mind if I join you?" The man who sat down across from him was maybe 25, with steel-gray hair and eyes to match, dressed impeccably in a dark suit that somehow didn't look ridiculous on a beach. His smile was easy, practiced, the kind of smile that had been deployed in boardrooms and battlefields with equal effectiveness. He moved with a fluid grace that Ash recognized instantly, a trainer's awareness, a fighter's economy of motion. "Stephen Stone," the man said, extending a hand. "Hoenn champion." Ash shook it. The grip was firm, brief, precisely calibrated. "You already know who I am." "I do." Stephen's smile didn't waver. "I've been following your journey with considerable interest, Ash. May I call you Ash?" Everyone does. Splendid. Stephen flagged down a waiter, ordered tea with the casual authority of someone who expected the world to accommodate him, and settled back in his chair. I should tell you up front, I'm not here to threaten you or demand anything. Commander Solaris and I have different philosophies regarding your situation. My situation. Your bond with the shiny Rayquaza. Zephyr, I believe you call him. Stephen's gaze was sharp beneath the pleasant surface. It's quite remarkable. Historically unprecedented, as far as my research indicates. The last confirmed legendary bond was the Shamuti incident, and that was artificial, forced through technology. Yours is organic. Natural. The egg chose you. The egg fell out of the sky and I picked it up. I don't know if that counts as choosing. In my experience, legendary Pokémon don't do anything by accident. Stephen sipped his tea. I'd like to tell you about Mega Evolution. Have you heard of it? Ash shook his head. It's a phenomenon unique to Hoenn, or at least, it originated here. Certain Pokémon, under specific conditions, can undergo a temporary evolution beyond their final form. It requires three things: a key stone carried by the trainer, a Mega Stone matched to the Pokémon, and, this is the crucial element, a deep bond of trust between them. The stronger the bond, the more powerful the Mega Evolution. He reached into his jacket and produced a small stone, smooth, iridescent, swirling with internal light. This is my key stone. When I activate it with my Metagross's Mega Stone, the results are considerable. Why are you telling me this? Because Rayquaza is unique among all Pokémon in that it doesn't need a Mega Stone. The legends say it can Mega evolve through sheer force of will, through the bond alone. If that's true, and if your bond with Zephyr continues to deepen. Stephen let the sentence hang. Ash stared at him. You're saying Zephyr could Mega evolve? I'm saying the potential exists. And I'm saying that potential is why every power player in Hoenn is watching you right now. Stephen's pleasant mask slipped for just a moment, and beneath it, Ash caught a glimpse of something harder: calculation, strategy, the mind of a man who thought 17 moves ahead. The League. Team Aqua. Team Magma. Devon Corporation. The Elite Four. Everyone has an opinion about what you represent and what should be done about it. And what's your opinion? Stephen smiled again, but differently this time. Less practiced. More genuine. I think you're extraordinary, and I think you're in danger, and I think those two things are intimately connected. I'd like to help, if you'll let me. Help how? Mentorship. Information. Access to resources you won't find elsewhere. And when the time comes, and it will come, I'd like to be standing beside you rather than across from you. He finished his tea and stood. Think about it. You can reach me through any Pokémon Center, Champions Line, priority access. And Ash? Yeah. Your friend May. The one with the combustion. Stephen's gaze drifted to the market across the street, where May was haggling with a vendor over the price of a contest ribbon. She's quite perceptive. She won't trust me. That's wise of her. But trust her instincts, even when they're about me. He walked away, disappearing into the crowd with the ease of someone who'd had a lifetime of practice at being noticed only when he wanted to be. May came back 10 minutes later with a new ribbon and a suspicious expression. Who was that man you were talking to? Stephen Stone. The champion? Her eyebrows climbed. What did he want? To help. Apparently. Do you believe him? Ash thought about it, about the way Stephen's eyes had moved, cataloging, measuring, about the precisely deployed charm and the carefully timed revelations. About the moment the mask had slipped. I believe he wants to help, Ash said slowly. I'm not sure I believe that's all he wants. May nodded. He's not your friend, Ash. He's studying you. The whole thing, the mentorship offer, the Mega Evolution info, sitting down for tea like he's your cool uncle, it's a data-gathering exercise. He wants to know how strong you are, how deep the bond goes, and what you're planning to do with it. That's pretty cynical. That's pretty accurate. She sat down across from him and stole one of his malasadas. I'm not saying don't talk to him. I'm saying don't forget that the champion of Hoenn doesn't do anything without a strategy. You're a piece on his board. Maybe I'm a player. Maybe. But he's been playing longer. She bit into the malasada and chewed thoughtfully. What's Mega Evolution? Ash told her. Her eyes went wide, then narrow, then wide again. So your legendary dragon that's already the most powerful Pokemon anyone's ever seen can potentially evolve into something even more powerful, and the only thing holding it back is how strong your bond is. That's the gist, yeah. And he just told you that. For free. Out of the goodness of his heart. He implied there was more to it. There's always more to it. She finished the malasada and stood. Come on. Brock found a good campsite outside the city. And keep your eyes open, if Steven found us this easily, so can everyone else. She was right. She was almost always right, and it was one of the most annoying and reassuring things about her. The news about Groudon broke 3 days later. They were camped in the hills above Mauville City, training for the third gym, when Brock's Pokenav buzzed with an emergency alert. He read it again, and looked up with a face that had gone the color of old paper. Team Magma has Groudon. The words landed like stones in still water. May stopped mid-stretch. Pikachu's ears went flat. Grovyle, perched in a nearby tree, went rigid. What do you mean, has Groudon? Ash said. Brock turned the Pokenav screen toward them. The headline was everywhere, every news network, every social media feed, every emergency broadcast channel in Hoenn. Team Magma captures continent Pokemon, Groudon under human control. The accompanying footage was grainy, clearly leaked from within Team Magma's organization, but unmistakable. A vast underground chamber carved from volcanic rock. And in the center, restrained by a web of cables and energy fields that pulsed with angry red light, the continent Pokemon itself. Groudon was enormous, 30 feet of armored red scales and primal fury, its glowing yellow patterns like magma veins in its hide. Even through the screen, even through footage compressed for broadcast, the sheer weight of it came through. This was a force of nature given form. And it was in chains. Ash's hands curled into fists. Above them, Zephyr, who had been dozing on a rock ledge, raised his head, sensing Ash's surge of anger through the bond. The wind picked up. The broadcast cut to a prepared statement. The man speaking was lean, precise, wearing a red coat over a dark turtleneck, his hair slicked back with military neatness. He had the eyes of a surgeon and the voice of a professor, measured, articulate, utterly certain. My name is Maxie. I lead Team Magma. For too long, humanity has been at the mercy of forces beyond its control, legendary Pokemon whose actions reshape continents, alter climates, and end lives without consequence. Today, that changes. He stood beside the contained Groudon, dwarfed by it, and somehow appeared to be the larger presence in the room. We have developed the technology to contain and direct legendary class entities. Groudon will be the first, but not the last. Under human guidance, its power can be used constructively, creating new landmass for an overcrowded world, stabilizing tectonic activity, ending the tyranny of natural disasters. We are not conquerors. We are engineers. We are builders. He looked directly into the camera. To the boy called the Sky Boy, Ash Ketchum. I know you possess a bonded Rayquaza. I know you believe your bond gives you the right to wield that power. I respect your conviction, even as I disagree with it. His voice was calm, almost kind. A child and a dragon, playing at godhood. It's romantic. But romance doesn't build civilizations. Science does. Order does. Come join me, and together we can reshape this world into something worthy of the power we've been given. The broadcast ended. The silence it left behind was thick enough to choke on. "He's insane," May said. "He's not." Brock's voice was grim. "That's the problem. Everything he said was logical. Reasonable, even. He's wrong, but he's not crazy, and that makes him more dangerous than crazy." Ash was staring at the now dark screen. Through the bond, he could feel Zephyr's reaction to the footage, a deep, primal agitation, the instinct of a sky dragon sensing the balance of the world tilting wrong. Groudon was supposed to be free. Groudon was supposed to be sleeping in the deep earth, dreaming continental dreams, bound by the natural order that Rayquaza enforced. Putting it in chains was like damming a river and expecting the water to be grateful. "He can't hold it," Ash said quietly. "What?" "Groudon. Whatever technology he's using, it won't hold. Groudon isn't a Pokemon you can contain. It's a continental force. Putting chains on it is like putting chains on an earthquake." He could feel it, through the bond, through the atmospheric sense that was becoming as natural as breathing. Something in the deep earth was building. Pressure, heat, tectonic stress accumulating like a held breath. Something's going to break. It took 4 days. They heard about it in Lavaridge Town, where they traveled hoping to challenge the fire-type gym. Lavaridge was a hot springs town nestled in the shadow of Emp Chimney, its economy built on tourism and the geothermal energy that seeped from the ancient volcano. The people were warm, the food was good, and the springs were genuinely therapeutic. May had spent an entire afternoon soaking and had emerged looking more relaxed than Ash had ever seen her. Then the mountain growled. Not rumbled. Growled. A subsonic vibration that Ash felt in his teeth before he heard it with his ears, rolling down from the summit like the voice of something vast and furious waking from a forced sleep. The hot springs began to bubble violently. Cracks appeared in the streets, small ones at first, then larger, steam hissing from the fractures. Ash was on his feet before the first scream. Zephyr. He didn't need to say more. The pokeball opened, and 12 feet of black dragon materialized beside him, already coiled for flight, his gold markings blazing with reflected firelight. Through the bond, Ash felt what Zephyr felt. The earth below them was wrong, superheated, destabilized, the tectonic balance that Groudon's slumber maintained ripped apart by whatever Team Magma had done. Brock was already moving, pulling out his pokenav, scanning emergency frequencies. Reports coming in, Team Magma's containment facility is on the north face of Empty Chimney. There was a breach 10 minutes ago. Groudon broke free. Casualties? Unknown. The town's evacuation alarms aren't. The alarms went off. All of them. Every siren, every horn, every emergency broadcast speaker in Lavaridge screamed to life simultaneously, and the mountain roared. The eruption wasn't a Hollywood explosion, it was worse. A column of superheated gas and ash punched through the summit, rising miles into the sky in seconds. Pyroclastic flows, rivers of hot gas and pulverized rock moving at highway speeds, began cascading down the mountain's flanks. And through it all, visible as a massive crimson shape against the gray ash cloud, Groudon climbed the mountain slope, tearing free of whatever remained of its containment, each step sending shockwaves through the surrounding terrain. Ash grabbed May's arm. Get to the evacuation route. South Road, toward Fall Arbor. Get everyone you can. What are you going to do? What I have to. He was on Zephyr's back and in the air before she could argue. The dragon climbed fast, faster than he ever had before, his body cutting through the ash-laden air with desperate urgency. Through the bond, Ash felt Zephyr's instinct screaming, wrong. Balance broken. Fix it. Fix it now. The heat hit them first. Even at altitude, even with the wind whipping past, the thermal output from the eruption was staggering. Ash's skin prickled, his eyes watered, and the air tasted like sulfur and hot metal. Zephyr's scales radiated a faint protective shimmer, the atmospheric barrier that Rayquaza naturally generated, the same force that protected it in the upper atmosphere, now shielding both dragon and rider from the volcanic fury. Ash looked down and saw Lava Ridge Town. The pyroclastic flow was bearing down on the western district, a wall of gray-orange death moving faster than anyone on foot could outrun. He could see people running. Could see the evacuation route clogged. Could see a gap in the southern road where a fissure had opened, cutting off the primary escape path. No time to think. No time to plan. Zephyr, the flow. Can we redirect it? A surge of understanding through the bond. Zephyr knew what Ash was thinking because Ash was thinking it through the bond itself, the plan forming not in words but in spatial awareness, wind patterns, pressure differentials, the fluid dynamics of superheated gas. A pyroclastic flow behaved like a fluid. Fluids responded to pressure. And pressure was what Ash controlled. They dove. Zephyr pulled out of the dive 50 feet above the leading edge of the pyroclastic flow, and Ash pushed. Not with his hands, with his mind, with the bond, with the atmospheric sense that had been growing since the egg hatched. He reached into the air around the flow and compressed it, creating a wall of high pressure in the flow's path, an invisible barrier of compressed atmosphere that the superheated gas crashed against like water hitting a seawall. The flow split. Diverted. Two streams of pyroclastic material roaring past on either side of the barrier, carving new channels through empty terrain instead of through the town. The effort was enormous. Ash felt it in his bones, the strain of holding compressed air against the force of a volcanic eruption, the energy draining from him like water through a sieve. His nose started bleeding. Hot copper on his lips. His vision grayed at the edges. Hold, he gasped. Hold, just a little longer, the flow's momentum faltered. The initial surge spent itself against the barrier and the terrain, losing energy, spreading thin. The danger window closed, not fully, the eruption was ongoing, but the immediate threat to the town was neutralized. Ash released the compression and nearly fell off Zephyr's back. The dragon caught him with a coil of his tail, steadying him, and Ash slumped forward against Zephyr's neck, breathing hard, blood streaming from both nostrils. "Thanks, buddy." Zephyr hummed, concern and pride braided together through the bond. But the job wasn't done. Groudon was still rampaging. Ash could see it, a massive red shape climbing the mountain slope, each footfall triggering localized quakes, its roar shaking the air itself. It wasn't attacking anything deliberately. It was panicked, confused, enraged by its captivity, lashing out at a world that had imprisoned it. A wild animal freed from a cage, destroying everything in reach because it didn't know what else to do. Ash had to stop it. And he had to do it without killing anyone, including Groudon. Zephyr. We need to get its attention. They flew toward the continent Pokémon. Zephyr's instincts were warring, the Sky Dragon's ancient imperative to dominate and subdue the Land Titan clashed with the hatchling's 3-week-old uncertainty. Through the bond, Ash felt the conflict and made a decision. We're not fighting it. We're herding it. Back toward the mountain. Back toward its den. Like moving a Tauros, you don't wrestle it, you direct it. He could feel Zephyr processing the concept, the dragon's intelligence grasping the strategy even as his instincts resisted it. Then acceptance. Trust. Your plan. I follow. Zephyr dove toward Groudon and unleashed a dragon pulse, not at the Titan itself, but at the ground in front of it, an explosion of draconic energy that cratered the earth and sent debris flying into Groudon's face. The continent Pokémon recoiled, shielding its eyes, and turned toward the source. It saw Zephyr. The roar that came from Groudon was not the confused bellow of a panicked animal. It was recognition. Ancient recognition, encoded in primal DNA, the Land Titan facing the Sky Dragon, the oldest rivalry in the world's history, a conflict that predated human civilization by eons. Groudon's patterns blazed brighter, its body temperature spiking, and it fired a blast of molten energy at Zephyr with enough force to liquefy steel. Zephyr dodged. Barely. The beam passed close enough that Ash felt his jacket scorch, and the thermal shockwave sent them tumbling before Zephyr recovered with a twist of his serpentine body. Again. In front, not at him. Another dragon pulse, this one striking the slope above Groudon, triggering a small rockslide that forced the Titan to step back, away from the town, toward the mountain. Groudon roared in fury and fired again. And again. Each blast was a potential extinction event, and each time Zephyr dodged with the desperate agility of a creature built for the sky fighting an enemy built for the earth. They traded exchanges for what felt like hours, was probably minutes. Ash directing, Zephyr executing, the two of them working as a single organism through the bond, reading Groudon's telegraphed attacks through air pressure changes and seismic vibrations. Attack, dodge, redirect. Attack, dodge, redirect. Herding the Titan step by step back toward the volcanic caldera where it belonged. Groudon caught them once. A precipice blade's attack, pillars of superheated rock erupting from the ground beneath them without warning, Groudon manipulating the earth itself to strike from below. Zephyr took a glancing hit to his flank, scales cracking, gold markings flickering. Through the bond, Ash felt the pain, sharp, deep, wrong, and his own body echoed it, a sympathetic lance of agony through his side that made him cry out. Zephyr. I'm okay. Keep going. Don't stop. The dragon's resolve hardened, and Ash's hardened with it, and they kept going. The final push came at the caldera rim. Groudon stood at the edge, the volcanic heat behind it, Zephyr hovering before it. The Titan was exhausted, its rampage had burned through the burst of fury that captivity had built up, and now it stood panting, its magma patterns dimming, its eyes losing their berserk glaze. Ash felt the moment. The tipping point. He could have Zephyr hit it with everything, a full-power dragon ascent, the attack that was Rayquaza's signature, the move that could crack the sky itself. It would drive Groudon into the caldera, force it back into its subterranean den. He could also feel the shockwave calculation. At this range, at full power, the blast radius would extend 600 meters. The evacuation route was 500 meters south. May was on that route. No, Ash said. No full power. Not here. But it's right there, I know. But there are people behind us, Zephyr. Our people. We do this clean. Through the bond, he felt Zephyr's frustration, the instinct to dominate, to assert the sky's authority over the land, warring with the trust in Ash's judgment. For one trembling second, the dragon hesitated. Then trust won. Zephyr changed tactics. Instead of raw force, he rose, climbed straight up with Ash clinging to his back, ascending until the air thinned and the temperature dropped and the curvature of the earth became visible at the edges of Ash's vision. And then he called the weather. The wind came from everywhere. Not a gust, not a storm, a precisely orchestrated manipulation of atmospheric pressure on a scale that Ash hadn't attempted before, that he hadn't known he could attempt. Updrafts from the west, cold fronts from the north, moisture pulled from the ocean 50 miles to the south. The sky obeyed. The air obeyed. The atmosphere itself bent to the will of the sky dragon and his bonded partner, and in the space of 30 seconds, a localized weather system formed over empty chimney, a massive, churning vortex of cold air and precipitation that drove temperatures down, flash-cooled the exposed magma flows, and created a curtain of freezing rain that pushed against Groudon's superheated body like a wall of ice. Groudon bellowed, not in pain, but in exhaustion, the fight finally leaving it. The cold rain was a balm against its overheated systems, a reminder of balance, of the natural order. The Titan took one step back, then another, and then it was descending into the caldera, sinking into the volcanic earth, returning to its den. The ground closed over it. The quaking stopped. The eruption subsided. Ash let the weather system dissipate and felt the world tilt sideways. Down, he managed. Zephyr. Down. Please. They landed in a clearing half a mile from the caldera. Ash slid off Zephyr's back and his legs gave out, and he sat down hard on the blackened ground with blood drying on his upper lip and his vision swimming. Every muscle in his body felt like it had been wrung out. His head pounded. His side ached where Zephyr had been hit. Zephyr coiled around him, and Ash leaned into his dragon's body and closed his eyes and breathed. Pikachu found him 15 minutes later. The electric mouse had been riding with Brock during the evacuation, and it leapt from Brock's shoulder and raced across the clearing and slammed into Ash's chest with a force that would have knocked him over if Zephyr hadn't been bracing him. Pikapi. Don't you ever do that alone again. I'm okay. I'm okay, buddy. He held Pikachu tight, feeling the familiar electric warmth, grounding himself in the oldest bond he had. Is everyone safe? Brock reached them, breathing hard from running. He looked at Ash, at the blood, the exhaustion, the way Ash's eyes had a faint gold shimmer that hadn't been there before, and his expression tightened. Everyone's safe. May got the evacuation route cleared. She had Combusken melt the debris blocking the road. No casualties in Lava Ridge. Where is she? Helping with first aid in the temporary shelter. She's fine, Ash. Everyone's fine because of you. Ash nodded and leaned back against Zephyr and tried not to think about the shockwave calculation. 500 meters. He'd been right. And if he'd been wrong, if the wind had been different, if the angle had been off, he stopped the thought. That way lay madness. We need to move, he said, forcing himself upright. Maxie is still out there. And if Groudon broke free, his containment tech failed. He's going to be looking for another way. Ash, you need rest. I need to keep moving. He met Brock's eyes. This isn't over, Brock. It's not even close to over. Above them, the sky was clearing, his weather manipulation dispersing, the natural patterns reasserting themselves. The sun broke through the thinning clouds and lit the devastated mountainside in harsh, unforgiving light. The damage was real. Scars in the earth, flattened forests, rivers of cooled magma cutting black lines through the green landscape. Ash had prevented a catastrophe. But the footage of him doing it, a 10-year-old boy on a black dragon, controlling the weather, turning back a continental force, was already spreading across every network in the world. And this time, there was no walking away from it. The political fallout was immediate. They learned about it in fragments, over the next 2 days, as they traveled south from Lava Ridge toward Route 119. News alerts on the PokeNav. Overheard conversations in towns they passed through. Brock's contacts in the Pewter City Gym network feeding him information from the League's internal channels. The Pokemon League Emergency Council had convened within hours of the Groudon incident. Representatives from every region, Kanto, Johto, Hoenn, Sinnoh, linked by secure video conference, arguing about what to do with the 10-year-old who just single-handedly averted a volcanic catastrophe using godlike atmospheric powers. The factions were predictable. Solaris and her Mythic Response Division pushed for immediate intervention, containment, separation, the works. She'd apparently played the footage of Ash redirecting the pyroclastic flow on loop during her presentation, pointing out that the same power that saved a town could destroy one. Wallace, the Sootopolis gym leader and interim Hoenn representative, argued for a diplomatic approach, reach out, establish communication, bring Ash into the League's framework voluntarily. Stephen Stone, characteristically, played both sides. He acknowledged the danger, praised Ash's restraint, and suggested a third option, a mentorship program under champion-level supervision, keeping Ash's freedom while providing oversight. It was elegant, reasonable, and designed primarily to position Stephen himself as the point of contact. Politics disguised as compassion. The council's decision came down on the second day: send Solaris. Bring Ash in, peacefully if possible, by force if necessary. The Groudon incident had demonstrated that Ash Ketchum was, in the council's language, an unregulated strategic asset of unprecedented magnitude. That language made Ash's jaw tighten when Brock read it aloud. Not a person. An asset. Strategic asset, May repeated, disgust dripping from every syllable. He's a kid. He's a kid who just single-handedly subdued a continental Pokémon and controlled the weather over a 15-mile radius, Brock said, not unkindly. From their perspective, the language is accurate. Their perspective is garbage. Agreed. But it's the perspective with authority behind it. Ash listened to the exchange and said nothing. He was walking ahead on the trail, Pikachu on his shoulder, Zephyr's Pokeball at his belt humming with the dragon's restless energy. The forest of Route 119 rose around them, dense, ancient, dripping with moisture. This was the rain route, the wettest stretch of road in Hoenn, where the canopy was so thick that the perpetual drizzle felt more like walking through a cloud than actual rainfall. He could feel Solaris coming. Not her specifically, but the disturbance in the atmospheric patterns that a high-speed aircraft created. Something was approaching from the south, fast and low, and it carried the weight of authority. "She's here," Ash said. May and Brock looked at him. "How far?" Brock asked. 10 minutes. Maybe less. He stopped walking and stood in the middle of the rain-slicked trail and looked at the sky through the dripping canopy. She's not alone. They came from 3 directions. The first sign was the Pokémon, a weevil that materialized from the underbrush on the left side of the trail, ice-blue eyes fixed on Ash, claws extended. Then a Glalie on the right, hovering between the trees, its spherical body crackling with cold energy. Both ice types. Both trained to elite-level precision, Ash could see it in the way they moved, the economy of their positioning, the absolute discipline of Pokémon that had been drilled until perfection was instinct. Then the trainers. They emerged from the forest like ghosts, 4 of them in Mythic Response Division uniforms, each releasing additional Pokémon as they took positions around the clearing. An Agron. A Magnezone. A Walrein. A Dusknoir. Type coverage for every contingency, positioned to create overlapping fields of fire. And in the center of the trail, where the path curved between 2 massive rain-heavy trees, Commander Solaris walked out of the mist. She looked exactly as she had in Rustboro, silver hair, gray eyes, military bearing. But something had changed in the way she carried herself. There was a heaviness to her now, a reluctance that warred with duty in every line of her body. She stopped 20 feet from Ash and regarded him with an expression that was impossible to read. "You redirected a pyroclastic flow," she said. "I watched the footage. I had to. I know." She paused, and the pause said more than words could. "I've been authorized to bring you in, Ash. The council voted. It's not optional this time." "I know." Behind him, May and Brock had released their Pokémon, Combusken and Forretress forming a defensive line. Pikachu was on the ground, cheeks blazing, electricity arcing visibly between its red pouches. The air smelled like ozone and wet leaves. Solaris's gaze swept the defensive formation. "Professional assessment. I have 6 elite-level trainers and 12 Pokémon deployed in a containment formation. Your friends are brave, but they're outmatched. Please don't make this a fight." "Then don't make it one," Ash said. "I'm following orders. You're making a choice. There's a difference." Something shifted in Solaris's eyes. Ash pressed. "You told me about your brother. You told me about the people who died. I hear you. I understand why you're afraid. But I'm not the danger you think I am. The pyroclastic flow, I stopped it. I saved those people. Every person in Lava Ridge is alive because of what Zephyr and I did. And what about next time? What about the time you're angry instead of heroic? What about the time you lose control? Then you stop me. But you stop me then, not now. Not preemptively. Not because you're scared of what might happen." Solaris's jaw worked. Her hand was on her belt, near her pokeballs. The MRD team waited for her signal, taut as drawn bowstrings. "Release the suppression pylons," she said quietly. Her team moved. For devices, each one a slender metal rod about 3 feet tall, were driven into the ground at the cardinal points around Ash. They hummed to life simultaneously, projecting overlapping fields of dampening energy that Ash felt like a physical weight settling onto his shoulders. The connection to Zephyr dimmed, not severed, but muffled, like hearing music through a wall. The atmospheric sense that had become his sixth sense went fuzzy, indistinct. He staggered. Pikachu caught his pant leg, steadying him. What are those? Legendary suppression technology. Designed to dampen the energy signature of mythic-class Pokémon and weaken bonded connections. Solaris's voice was clinical. Professional. They'll make this easier. For everyone. They're hurting him. Ash's voice came out raw. Through the dampened bond, he could feel Zephyr, pain, confusion, fury, the dragon thrashing against the suppression from inside his Pokeball. You're hurting my Pokémon. The effect is temporary and non-damaging, you're hurting him. May moved first. Not with Pokémon, with her body. She ran for the nearest pylon, Combusken at her heels, and grabbed it with both hands, trying to wrench it from the ground. An MRD trainer intercepted, releasing a wall rain that body-blocked her, driving her back with an ice shard that shattered against the ground at her feet. May! Brock shouted, sending Forretress to cover her. The armored Pokémon absorbed a second ice shard and retaliated with rapid spin, forcing the wall rain to give ground. The clearing exploded into battle. Ash couldn't think. The suppression field was pressing on his mind, dulling his senses, making the world feel flat and distant. Pikachu was fighting, Thunder Wave taking down the Weevil, Iron Tail clashing with the Aggron Skull in a shower of sparks, but Ash could barely track the movements. Everything was blurred, slowed, wrong. He reached for Zephyr's ball. The dragon needed to be free, needed to fight, but what if that was the trap? Release Zephyr into a suppression field designed specifically to weaken him, surrounded by ice types and elite-level trainers specifically trained to take him down. He could feel Solaris watching him. Waiting to see what he'd do. He could feel Zephyr, even through the suppression. Screaming through the dampened bond. Let me out. Let me fight. They're threatening you. He could feel May, somewhere behind him, fighting with Combusken against two MRD trainers, refusing to back down even though she was outclassed. He could feel Brock, reliable Brock, anchoring the defensive line with Forretress and his newly released Ludicolo, buying time for something that none of them had figured out yet. And he could feel the sky. Even through the suppression, even dampened and distant, the sky was there, vast, open, his. It didn't care about suppression pylons. It didn't care about the League or its councils or its orders. It cared about one thing, the boy who spoke its language. Ash closed his eyes. And stopped fighting. Pikachu. Stand down. The electric mouse whirled, eyes wide. Pika. Stand down. Everyone, stop. May's head snapped toward him. Ash, what are you? Stop. Please. Something in his voice. Something quiet and clear and final that cut through the chaos like a blade. One by one, the Pokémon stopped. Combusken lowered its fists. Forretress stopped spinning. Even the MRD Pokémon hesitated, looking to their trainers for guidance. Ash opened his eyes and looked at Solaris. Then he recalled Zephyr. Put the ball on the ground at his feet. Put Pikachu's ball beside it. Pikachu wasn't in a ball, but the gesture was clear. Ash raised his empty hands. I'm not fighting you, he said. Solaris stared at him. Behind her, her team was frozen, uncertain. This wasn't in their training. The target was supposed to fight. The target always fought. I'm not the thing you're afraid of, Ash said. You're scared. I get it. You lost your brother and it broke something in you and you've spent your whole career trying to make sure it never happens again. But I am not a threat. I'm a 10-year-old kid who found an egg. Rain dripped from the canopy. The suppression pylons hummed. The world held its breath. If you take Zephyr, it won't make you safe. It won't bring your brother back. It won't fix the thing that's broken. It'll just mean you broke something else, my bond, my partner, the one good thing that came from a meteor falling out of the sky. And you'll have done it because you're scared. Not because it's right. Silence. So if you're going to take him, take him. I won't fight you. But you'll have to look me in the eye and do it knowing that I chose to trust you, and you chose to betray that trust. He stood in the rain with his hands open and his heart hammering and waited. Solaris didn't move for a long time. Then she opened her mouth, and the suppression pylons exploded. All four, simultaneously, in showers of sparks and shattered metal. The energy they'd been containing, Zephyr's legendary energy, dampened but not diminished, building against the suppression like water behind a dam, finally exceeded their capacity and blew them apart. The shockwave knocked the nearest MRD trainers off their feet. The dampening field collapsed. The bond roared back to life. Ash gasped as the full force of his connection to Zephyr slammed into him, the dragon's fury, his fear, his love, his presence, filling the empty spaces that the suppression had created and overflowing. The atmospheric sense returned like a thunderclap, the world snapping back into high definition, every raindrop and air current and pressure gradient crystallizing in his awareness. Zephyr's ball burst open on its own, a phenomenon that shouldn't have been possible, the Pokémon inside forcing the containment mechanism through sheer will. The dragon materialized in a blaze of gold light, 12 feet of obsidian fury screaming at the sky, and the rain stopped. Not gradually, instantly, a dome of clear air expanding outward from Zephyr's body, pushing the rainclouds back, creating a cylinder of dry air in the middle of the wettest forest in Hoenn. The MRD team scrambled for battle positions. Pokémon roared and hissed and prepared attacks. Solaris's hand went to her belt. But Ash was already moving. He threw himself against Zephyr's neck, wrapping his arms around the dragon, and through the bond he poured everything he had. Calm, 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 it's okay, I'm here, I'm safe, please, please don't hurt anyone, please. Zephyr's fury broke like a wave against a cliff. The dragon shuddered, the golden light dimming from blinding to steady, his body uncurling from its attack posture. He lowered his head and pressed his snout against Ash's chest, and the sound he made was small and broken and nothing like a legendary Pokémon should sound. Ash held him. In the rain, which was returning now, Zephyr's dome of influence contracting as the dragon's emotional storm subsided. In front of Solaris and her team and his friends and everybody. He held his dragon and felt the bond stabilize, the fury draining away, replaced by an exhausted, trembling relief. I've got you, Ash whispered. I've got you. We're okay. The clearing was silent except for the rain. Solaris looked at the smoking wreckage of her suppression pylons. Looked at the boy holding the dragon. Looked at her team, battered and shaken by an engagement that had gone nothing like planned. Ash didn't wait for her decision. He put his hand on Zephyr's neck and they moved, past Solaris, past her team, down the trail into the rain and the forest. May and Brock fell in behind him, Pokémon recalled, footsteps quick on the wet earth. Nobody stopped them. Nobody moved. The last thing Ash heard as they disappeared into the trees was Solaris's lieutenant, his voice tight with adrenaline. Commander. Orders. Silence. Then, very quietly, spoken to no one and everyone, he's not like the others. They found the cave an hour later, deep in Route 119's rain forest, hidden behind a curtain of vines and falling water. It was dry inside, deep enough to shelter all of them, with a sandy floor and walls of smooth stone. Brock started a fire with practiced efficiency. May spread their sleeping bags. Ash sat against the back wall with Zephyr coiled around him and Pikachu in his lap and shook. Not from cold. Not from fear. From the aftershock of everything, the battle, the suppression, the moment of vulnerability, the terrifying instant when Zephyr had burst free and the world could have ended if Ash hadn't been fast enough or brave enough or bonded enough to pull his dragon back from the edge. May sat down beside him. She didn't say anything for a while. Just sat, close enough that her shoulder touched his, warm and solid and real. Outside, the rain drummed steadily on the forest canopy, and the fire crackled, and Brock moved quietly around the camp preparing food that Ash wasn't sure he could eat. "Your nose is still bleeding," May said finally. He touched his upper lip. Dried blood. He hadn't noticed. She pulled a cloth from her pack and wet it from her canteen and handed it to him. He pressed it against his face, feeling the cool fabric sting against raw skin. "The weather thing," she said. "The pyroclastic flow, the storms, the whole Groudon fight. How much does it take out of you?" "A lot." "Define a lot." "It feels like running a marathon while solving a math test while bench pressing a car. Everything at once. Body, mind, and something else, something in between that I don't have a word for. The bond." "Yeah." He leaned his head back against the stone wall. "It's getting stronger, May. Every day. The range is expanding, the sensitivity is sharpening. Last week I could sense weather patterns within a mile. Now it's 5 miles. Tomorrow it might be 10. And the control, what I did with the pyroclastic flow, the cooling system over empty chimney, I didn't know I could do that until I did it." "That scares you." He looked at her. In the firelight, her face was half lit, half shadow, and her blue eyes were steady on his. Not pitying. Not awed. Just present. Listening. "Yeah," he said. "It scares me. Tell me." He was quiet for a long time. Zephyr shifted against him, the dragon's breathing slow and deep, asleep, finally, exhausted by the emotional whiplash of the suppression field and its aftermath. Pikachu was dozing too, cheeks dim, one ear twitching. "When I turned Groudon back," Ash said slowly. "When I pulled the weather together and made it do what I wanted, the cold front, the rain, the pressure walls, it felt incredible. Not just effective. Not just right. Incredible. Like being more than human. Like being exactly what I was designed to be." He paused. "And I liked it. That's natural. Is it? I controlled the weather over a 15-mile radius, May. I bent the atmosphere to my will. That's not trainer stuff. That's not catching Pokemon and winning badges. That's something else. Something that doesn't have a name because it's never happened before." He held up his hand. In the firelight, for just a second, a faint gold shimmer traced the lines of his palm before fading. "What if I stop being me?" He whispered. "What if the power keeps growing and I keep liking it more and one day I wake up and I'm not Ash Ketchum anymore? I'm just the sky. No kid. No person. Just power." The fire popped. Rain hissed on the stones outside. Somewhere in the distance, a cricket chirped. May reached over and took his hand. Her fingers were warm, slightly calloused from pokeball handling and campfire tending, and they curled around his with a firmness that left no room for argument. "Then I'll remind you," she said. Ash stared at her. "What? If you start losing yourself? If the power starts swallowing you up? I'll remind you." She squeezed his hand. "I'll remind you that you're the dork who told me to angle my Torchique's head up. I'll remind you that you eat too fast and laugh too loud and talk to your Pokemon like they're people, which they are, but still. I'll remind you that you cried when Zephyr hatched, don't deny it, I saw your face. I'll remind you of every stupid, human, wonderful thing about you until you remember it yourself." Her eyes were bright. Not with tears, with conviction. "You're not the sky, Ash. You're a person who can talk to the sky. There's a difference. And if you forget that difference, I'll be right here, annoying you about it until you remember." Ash couldn't speak. His throat was tight and his eyes were burning and the gold shimmer on his palm had faded entirely, replaced by the simple warmth of another person's hand in his. "Okay," he managed. "Okay. Thanks, May." "Don't thank me. Buy me malasadas." He let out a shaky laugh, and she smiled, that same bright, transformative smile from the morning they'd met, when Torchic had hit the target and the world had been simpler, and for a moment the cave was the safest place on Earth. Near the fire, Brock lay on his sleeping bag with his back to them, and he was very carefully not making a sound, but the smile on his face was wide enough that it would have been visible from space. 300 miles to the east, Archie descended into darkness. The seafloor cavern was not meant to be found. It existed in no geological survey, on no map, in no database. It occupied a space that the ocean itself seemed reluctant to acknowledge, a wound in the seabed where the water turned black and the pressure became something more than physical. Something intentional. Archie moved through the lightless water in a specialized diving suit, his submersible abandoned at the cavern's entrance because the opening was too narrow, too deep, too wrong for machines. The suit's lights cut through the blackness in thin, wavering beams that seemed to be absorbed as quickly as they were emitted. He'd been hearing the voice for weeks now. Not hearing, exactly, feeling it. A pressure in his temples, a vibration in his bones, a presence that rode the ocean currents and whispered in the language of tides. At first, he'd thought it was his own ambition echoing back at him, the sea reflecting his desire to see it expanded, empowered, dominant. Then the whispers had become more specific. Directions. Depths. Coordinates. Come. I have been waiting. The seal weakens. Come. His inner circle was worried. Shelley, his second-in-command, had confronted him 2 days ago, told him he was changing, that his eyes did something strange in certain light, that the water in his quarters behaved unnaturally when he slept. He dismissed her. The sea was his ally, his cause, his purpose. Whatever was calling him from the deep was offering what he'd always wanted, the power to make the oceans eternal. The cavern opened into a chamber. The walls were covered in murals. They were ancient, older than any human civilization, older than the foundations of the temples in Setopolis, older perhaps than the concept of language itself. They depicted shapes and pigments that should have faded to nothing millennia ago but instead glowed with a cold, bioluminescent light, blues and blacks and purples that pulsed like a slow heartbeat. Archie's breath fogged inside his helmet as he played his lights across the images. The first mural showed 2 titans, one of land, one of sea, locked in eternal conflict. Between them, above them, a serpentine shape in the sky. The mediator. The peacekeeper. Rayquaza. The second mural showed something beneath the titans. Below the land, below the sea, below everything. A darkness with shape. A void with intent. Tendrils reaching upward, wrapping around the foundations of the world, and the titans above, Groudon, Kyogre, were not fighting each other. They were symptoms. Their conflict was a fever, an immune response, the world reacting to an infection in its deepest layer. The third mural showed the darkness breaking free. The sky cracking. The ocean rising. The land sinking. And in the center of it all, a figure of pure void, swallowing light and life and everything between. Below this mural, a symbol. The same symbol that had been found on the glowing ruins at Route 115. The same pattern that had decorated Zephyr's egg. And below the symbol, a seal. A physical seal, a circular formation in the cavern floor, carved from a material that was neither stone nor metal, inscribed with patterns that were neither writing nor art. They were instructions, left by something older than human comprehension, meant to hold the darkness down. The seal was cracking. Hairline fractures spiderwebbed across its surface, and from each crack, a cold unlike any cold Archie had ever felt seeped upward. Not thermal cold, existential cold. The absence of warmth as a concept. The temperature of nothing. He reached out and touched the mural. The one showing the darkness. The void. Black veins crawled up his arm. They moved like living things, like roots seeking soil, like rivers finding their path, spreading from his fingertips to his wrist to his elbow in the space between heartbeats. Where they touched, his skin went gray, and the sensation was not pain but expansion. As if his mind were being opened, widened, stretched to accommodate something much larger than any human psyche was built to hold. The whisper became a voice. It did not speak in words. It spoke in tides, in the rhythmic pull of water drawn by forces beyond the moon, in the pressure of the deep places where light had never existed and never would. It spoke in hunger. In patience. In the absolute, crushing certainty of something that had been waiting for so very, very long. The sky dragon is reborn. The seal weakens. Free me, and the sea will never end. Free me, and I will give you forever. Archie looked at his arm. At the black veins. At the way the water around him seemed to lean toward him, drawn by a gravity that had no physical source. He should have been terrified. Some distant, human part of him was screaming, a voice that sounded like Shelley, like his mother, like every person who had ever cared about him shouting, "Run, get out, this is wrong." He smiled. "The sea remembers," he said, and his voice echoed in the chamber in a way that voices shouldn't echo underwater. The black veins pulsed, and the seal cracked a little wider, and in the darkness below, something vast shifted and smiled back. The weather broke on a Tuesday. Ash felt it first, a wrongness in the atmospheric patterns, a distortion so fundamental that it jolted him awake at 3 a.m. He sat up in his sleeping bag, heart racing, and reached, extending his senses outward, upward, reading the sky like a book written in pressure differentials and wind speeds. Something massive was moving in the Eastern Ocean. Something that displaced water on a scale that affected weather patterns hundreds of miles away. The jet stream was bending around it, ocean currents were rerouting, and a wall of moisture was building in the atmosphere like a tsunami made of clouds. Brock. Ash's voice was sharp enough to cut glass. Wake up. We have a problem. Brock was awake in an instant, he slept like a trainer, one eye always open. What kind of problem? Kyogre kind. The word landed like a grenade. May sat up, hair wild, eyes immediately alert. She'd learned to snap awake fast in the weeks since they'd started traveling together. Kyogre? As in, the other one. Groudon's counterpart. It's waking up. Ash was already pulling on his boots, his movements quick and certain despite the sick feeling in his stomach. Groudon's rampage destabilized the balance, the primal energy that keeps the two of them in equilibrium. With Groudon active and then forced back into dormancy, Kyogre's restraints are loosened. How do you know all that? Brock asked. Zephyr knows. It's part of it's part of what we are. The Sky Dragon's purpose. Mediating the Titans. Maintaining the balance. He released Zephyr from his ball, and the dragon materialized with a low, urgent growl, his gold markings pulsing in a pattern Ash had never seen before, rapid, staccato, like an alarm signal. Zephyr's been feeling it too. He just didn't know how to tell me until now. Where? May was on her feet, already packing her bag. Ash closed his eyes and felt. The distortion was centered east-northeast, maybe 200 miles offshore, and it was moving. Heading west. Heading for Hoenn. It's coming to us. The storm arrived at dawn. Not a normal storm. Not even the kind of storm that Ash could create through atmospheric manipulation. This was a primal storm, an expression of Kyogre's power, an extension of its body, a weather system so vast and violent that it dwarfed anything in recorded meteorological history. The leading edge hit the eastern coast of Hoenn like a wall, and within minutes, the entire region was drowning. Rain came down in sheets so thick they reduced visibility to zero. Wind howled at hurricane force, tearing roofs from buildings, uprooting trees, driving the ocean inland in surging waves. Rivers overflowed. Roads flooded. The sky turned the color of a bruise, black and purple and angry. And beneath the storm, in the churning, superheated ocean, Kyogre swam toward shore. Ash saw it from the air. He and Zephyr had launched the moment the first wind hit, climbing through the storm's outer bands into the maelstrom above, and from that vantage point, the scale of the crisis was visible. The entire eastern seaboard of Hoenn was being battered. Slateport's harbor was flooding. Lilikov's shoreline was underwater. And at the storm's center, visible as a massive blue glow beneath the churning waves, the sea basin Pokémon was rising. Kyogre surfaced a mile offshore, and its roar shook the world. Ash had faced Groudon. Groudon had been massive, terrifying, a primal force of land and fire. Kyogre was its opposite and its equal, a leviathan of the deep ocean, its body a deep, luminous blue, its red markings glowing like submarine volcanoes, its eyes carrying the weight and fury of every ocean on the planet. When it breathed, the sea rose. When it moved, tsunamis formed. It was not attacking, it was simply existing, and its existence was enough to reshape the coastline. "We can't fight that," Ash said. "Not in fear. In assessment. Not like we fought Groudon." Groudon was confused, scared, we could hurt it, redirect it. Kyogre isn't confused. It's answering. It felt Groudon's awakening and it's responding. Asserting balance. Then what do we do? Zephyr's thought came through the bond, not in words, but in a complex emotional impression that Ash's mind translated automatically. The dragon was scared. Not of Kyogre, of the responsibility. Of what might be required. Ash was scared too. But fear, he was learning, was not the opposite of action. Fear was the fuel for it. "We do what Rayquaza has always done," he said. "We don't fight them. We command them." Zephyr's body went rigid beneath him. Through the bond, Ash felt something ancient stir, not a memory, not exactly, but an echo. A resonance. The genetic legacy of every Rayquaza that had ever lived, passed down through the species like a song passed from parent to child. The Sky Sovereign's authority, encoded in DNA and destiny. It flowed through the bond and into Ash, and for one terrifying, exhilarating moment, he was not a 10-year-old boy on a dragon's back. He was the sky itself, vast, encompassing, absolute. Every air molecule in the atmosphere was a cell in his body. Every wind current was a nerve impulse. The storms were his breath, the clouds were his skin, and the sun was his heartbeat. He felt the storm. Kyogre's storm. It was enormous, yes, but it was weather, and weather was his. "Higher," he said, and Zephyr climbed. They rose through the storm like a needle threading cloth, through the rain, through the wind, through the lightning-laced thunderheads, up and up and up until the storm was below them and the sun blazed above and the upper atmosphere was thin and cold and clear. From here, the storm was a gray-black disk covering the ocean, and Kyogre was a blue pinpoint at its center, and Hoenn was a green shape beneath it all, being battered by forces beyond human control. Beyond human control. But not beyond his. Ash stood on Zephyr's back. Not sat, stood, his feet planted on the dragon's obsidian scales, the wind at this altitude screaming past with enough force to strip flesh from bone but not touching him, deflected by the atmospheric barrier that surrounded them both. His eyes were open, and they were gold, solid gold, the irises blazing like molten metal, the power of the Sky Sovereign burning through the human body that housed it. Zephyr roared. The sound was nothing like his baby cry, nothing like his battle screams against Groudon's forces. This was the voice of the Sky Dragon, the note that had been sung at the birth of the atmosphere, the frequency that resonated with every molecule of air on the planet. It was authority made audible. Command made manifest. The storm heard it and faltered. Ash reached down, not physically, but through the bond, through the atmospheric sense, through the ancient authority that flowed through him like lightning through a rod, and seized the storm. Every wind current. Every pressure differential. Every drop of rain and bolt of lightning and degree of temperature. He took it all in his invisible hands and held. The storm stopped. Not gradually. Not slowly. The entire weather system, hundreds of miles across, carrying enough energy to power a continent, stopped. The wind died. The rain hung suspended. The lightning froze mid-strike, branching paths of electric fire frozen in the sky like cracks in glass. Silence. And in that silence, Ash spoke. Not in words, words were too small, too human, too limited for what needed to be said. He spoke in the language that the Sky Sovereign had always used, the language of pressure and temperature and the raw physics of the atmosphere. He spoke to Kyogre, and what he said was simple: go back. The balance is maintained. The land sleeps. The sky watches. Go back to the deep, and sleep, and dream, and trust that the world will turn as it should. I am the sky. I am the balance. I am the one who keeps the peace between the earth and the water, and I am telling you, it is not time. Go back. Kyogre's roar split the frozen storm, defiance, rage, the ancient pride of a primordial force being told to submit. It surged upward, breaking the surface, its body a mountain of blue light and ocean fury, and for one heartbeat, the entire weight of the sea pressed against the entire weight of the sky. Ash pressed back. Not with force. Not with violence. With certainty. The absolute, unshakable conviction of a Rayquaza that had been born for this moment, that every Rayquaza had been born for this moment, the moment when the world needed the sky to say enough. Zephyr added his voice to Ash's, dragon and human speaking as one, the bond between them blazing like a star, their combined will crashing against Kyogre's defiance like a wave against a cliff. And Kyogre broke. Not dramatically, not a shattering, not a collapse. More like a held breath finally released. The rage drained from the Leviathan's eyes, replaced by something older and calmer. Recognition. Acknowledgement. It had tested the Sky Sovereign, as it always did, as Kyogre had tested every Rayquaza since the beginning of time, and the Sky Sovereign had held. Kyogre descended. Slowly, gracefully, the sea basin Pokémon sank beneath the waves. The blue glow faded. The ocean calmed. And the storm, released from Ash's grip, dissipated not in a violent collapse but in a gentle unraveling, the clouds thinning, the rain softening, the wind settling into the natural patterns that the atmosphere had been trying to maintain all along. Sunlight broke through. From the coast of Hoenn, from Slate Port and Lily Cove and Sootopolis and Moss Deep and every city and town and village that had been cowering under the primal storm, people looked up and watched the clouds part and the sun emerge, and they saw, high above, higher than any bird, higher than any plane, a dark shape against the gold sky, trailing light like a comet's tail. The Sky Boy. The god of the sky. Ash didn't hear them. He was falling. The energy expenditure hit him like a truck, every ounce of strength, every drop of will, every fragment of the power that had been building since the egg hatched, spent in a single, cataclysmic act of atmospheric dominion. His eyes flickered from gold back to brown. His legs buckled. The world went gray, then dark. Zephyr caught him. Of course Zephyr caught him. The dragon wrapped his body around his bonded partner and descended in a controlled spiral, gold markings pulsing with concern, his rumbling cry a sound of worry and love and stay with me, don't you leave. They landed on the Route 119 shoreline, and Ash didn't remember the landing. He didn't remember May running toward them, Brock shouting commands to give him space, Pikachu's frantic sparking. He didn't remember the moment when his body touched the ground and the sky above him was clear and blue and perfect, the most beautiful sky Hoenn had ever seen, because the god of the sky had made it so. He woke up 3 hours later, lying on the sand with his head in May's lap. She was running her fingers through his hair, absently, unconsciously, the way you'd comfort a sleeping child. Pikachu was curled against his chest. Zephyr was coiled around all of them, his massive body forming a protective wall, his amber eyes half closed. Ash blinked. The sky above him was blue and gold, sunset, or close to it, the kind of sky that belonged on a postcard. "Hey, May said, looking down at him. Her eyes were red-rimmed. She'd been crying, though her expression now was composed, controlled. She'd clearly worked hard to get there. Welcome back. How long? 3 hours. You wouldn't wake up. Your heartbeat was, she stopped. Swallowed. Started again. You scared me. Sorry. Don't apologize. Just don't do it again. He sat up, slowly, every muscle aching. His head was pounding, but the bleeding had stopped, and when he reached for the atmospheric sense, it was there, muted, exhausted, but functional. Like a muscle that had been worked to failure and was slowly recovering. Brock appeared with water and protein bars. The storm's over. Kyogre's gone. Damage reports are still coming in, but it looks like the coast took a beating, flooding, structural damage, some injuries. No reported deaths. Groudon? Still dormant. Whatever you did up there, it settled both of them. Ash drank the water and ate the protein bar and felt the world slowly solidify around him. Real. Solid. Present. He was Ash Ketchum, sitting on a beach, and his friends were here, and his Pokémon were safe, and the sky was beautiful. Then he looked at his reflection in the water bottle. His eyes were different. Still brown, mostly. But flecked with gold, like someone had dusted metallic pigment into his irises. Not the solid gold blaze of the Sky Sovereign's full power, something subtler, more permanent. A mark. A change that wasn't going away. He stared at his reflection for a long time. May leaned over his shoulder and looked too. She saw the gold flecks. He felt her breath catch. "Huh," she said. "Yeah. They're actually kind of pretty." He looked at her, startled. She shrugged, unapologetic. "What?" "They are. Gold's my favorite color." Despite everything, despite the exhaustion and the fear and the permanent golden marks in his eyes and the weight of what he'd done and what it meant, Ash laughed. And May smiled. And Brock pretended not to notice, and Pikachu stole another protein bar, and for a moment they were just kids on a beach at sunset, and it was enough. Then Ash stood up, and the air shimmered around him, involuntarily, a faint distortion that bent the light, made the space around his body waver like a heat mirage. He saw May reach for him, and the shimmer reacted, a gust of wind, sharp and sudden, pushing her hand back. May stumbled. Ash's face went white. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to," May looked at him. At the shimmer. At the space between them that his power had created without his permission. Then she stepped forward. Against the wind. Through the shimmer. Her hair whipped back, her clothes pressed against her body by the pressure, and she reached through it all and grabbed his hand and held on. The wind died. The shimmer collapsed. The air around Ash went still. "I told you," May said quietly, her fingers locked with his. "I'll remind you." They stood like that for a long moment, hand in hand, while the sun sank toward the ocean and the sky turned the color of everything Ash was becoming. Brock, standing 10 feet away, had the expression of a man who was simultaneously worried for his friends, relieved they were alive, and absolutely not going to comment on the hand-holding because he valued his life. Pikachu, with the emotional intelligence of a creature who had been Ash's partner for nearly a year, simply climbed onto Ash's free shoulder and pressed its cheek against his. The four of them, 5, counting Zephyr, who raised his head and regarded the sunset with ancient, amber eyes, stood on the shore of a changed Hoenn and watched the day end. Far away, in a room full of screens and satellite feeds and data streams, Commander Solaris watched footage of a child parting the sky. The imagery was from a military satellite, classified, high resolution, the kind of footage that wasn't supposed to exist. It showed the storm from above, the massive weather system, the blue glow of Kyogre at its center, and then the small dark shape ascending through the clouds. The black dragon with the golden markings. The boy standing on its back. The moment when the storm stopped. Not weakened. Not diverted. Stopped. Like a movie on pause. Every atmospheric metric flatlined simultaneously, wind speed 0, precipitation 0, electrical activity 0. Across an area of 400 square miles. For 97 seconds. Solaris played the footage again. And again. And again. "He's not a threat," she said to the empty room. Then, quieter, in a voice that no one else heard, "He's a miracle." She closed the footage. Opened a secure channel. Encrypted, Priority 1, routed through 3 proxy servers. "This is Commander Solaris, Mythic Response Division. I'm filing an amendment to my recommendation regarding Subject Ketchum." She paused, staring at the blank screen. Previous classification of Class 5 Mythic Threat is rescinded. Proposed reclassification, Sovereign Class Ally. Authorization requested for Protective Detail reassignment. She ended the transmission and sat in the dark room with its glowing screens and thought about a 10-year-old boy who had faced her with empty hands and asked her to trust him. And thought about her brother, who had been 12 and full of love and dead for 15 years. And for the first time in those 15 years, allowed herself to consider the possibility that the bond between a human and a legendary didn't always end in fire. In the deep ocean, the seal cracked wider. The darkness that pressed against it from below felt the Sky Sovereign's display of power, felt it like sunlight on skin, if sunlight burned and skin could scream. The authority that had kept it imprisoned for millennia was real, and present, and wielded by a vessel that was growing stronger by the day. But the vessel was also growing attached. To friends. To a girl. To the human world and its small, fragile concerns. And attachment was weakness. Attachment was leverage. Attachment was a crack in the armor of the sky, and the darkness knew all about cracks. Above, in the seafloor cavern, Archie knelt before the seal with black veins crawling up his neck and a smile on his face that wasn't entirely his own. The water around him was dark and cold and alive with an intelligence that didn't belong in the physical world. "The Sky Sovereign is strong," the voice said, and the voice was everywhere, in the water, in the stone, in Archie's blood. "But strength without sacrifice is incomplete. He will face me, this child god. He will face me, and he will have to choose." Archie's smile widened. His eyes were pools of darkness, and when he spoke, his voice harmonized with the voice of the deep. "What kind of choice?" "The only kind that matters. The kind where every answer costs everything." The seal cracked again. Somewhere, far above, the ocean floor trembled, a tremor so deep and so quiet that only the most sensitive instruments would register it. And one boy, sleeping on a beach with his dragon curled around him, shivered in his sleep and dreamed of drowning in a sky that had no stars. May's hand tightened on his in the darkness. He held on. Chapter 3, God of the Sky. The shrines started appearing on the third day. Small ones at first, piles of stones on the roadside, arranged in spiraling patterns that echoed Zephyr's gold markings. Then larger ones. Carved wood. Painted banners. Fresh flowers laid at the base of hastily constructed altars where someone had placed a drawing of a black dragon against a golden sky. In Tree City, an old woman had woven an entire tapestry overnight, Ash's silhouette standing on Zephyr's back, arms outstretched, parting the clouds. Ash saw it in the market while buying supplies. He stood in front of the tapestry for a long time, saying nothing, and when May touched his elbow he flinched so hard the wind knocked over a fruit stand 3 stalls down. "Sorry," he said to the vendor, who stared at him with wide eyes and then bowed, actually bowed, hands pressed together, forehead dipping, and Ash felt something inside him crack. "We need to go," he said, and walked away fast, and didn't look back at the shrine or the vendor or the tapestry that showed a god where a boy should be. The power was always on now. That was the thing nobody warned you about when you became the Sky Sovereign. There was no off switch. No downtime. No moment of quiet where the world felt normal and contained and manageable. Every second of every day, Ash felt the atmosphere. All of it. The entire sky over Hoenn was a living presence in his mind, every cloud formation, every pressure system, every thermal updraft and cold front and jet stream fluctuation mapped in three-dimensional awareness that never stopped updating. When he was calm, it was beautiful. Like having eyes that could see in every direction simultaneously, perceiving a world of invisible architecture that normal humans never knew existed. The sky had structure. It had rhythm. It had moods, playful breezes and brooding storm fronts and lazy, sun-drunk afternoons where the atmosphere itself seemed to drowse. When he wasn't calm, it was dangerous. Rain stopped when he was sad. Not gradually, not naturally, it just stopped, clouds dissolving overhead as if his grief was corrosive to moisture. Storms brewed when he was angry, thunder rolling in from nowhere, lightning arcing between clouds that hadn't existed 30 seconds ago. When he laughed, the sun broke through. When he was afraid, fog rolled in so thick you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. He was leaking. His emotions were bleeding into the sky, and the sky was responding, and every response was visible for miles. Sleep was the worst. He couldn't control his dreams, and his dreams were full of falling, not from the sky, but into it, upward, forever, the ground shrinking to a point below him while the stars rushed closer and closer and the air thinned to nothing and he couldn't breathe and he couldn't stop rising and, he'd wake up gasping, and above the campsite the clouds would be spiraling in a tight, frantic vortex, and Brock would be sitting up with worried eyes, and May would be pretending to still be asleep while gripping her sleeping bag with white-knuckled hands. 1 week after Kyogre. 7 days. And Ash Ketchum was unraveling. Zephyr felt it too. The dragon was nearly full-grown now, 20 feet of sleek obsidian power, his gold markings fully defined, his fins broad and sharp, his presence so immense that simply being near him made the air taste electric. He flew higher, longer, pushing the boundaries of the atmosphere, sometimes disappearing for hours before returning with frost on his scales and the memory of the stratosphere in his amber eyes. He was restless. Through the bond, Ash felt the dragon's unease, a deep, instinctive awareness that something was wrong with the world. Not wrong the way Groudon or Kyogre had been wrong. Something deeper. Something below. Trainers found them everywhere. Not all of them were hostile, some just wanted to see, to confirm with their own eyes that the Sky Boy was real. But others came to fight. To prove that gods could bleed. A trainer with a team of 6 ice types ambushed them on Route 120, and Ash had beaten him with Pikachu alone in 4 minutes flat, and the victory had felt hollow and cruel because the trainer had been crying when his last Pokémon went down, not from sadness but from the sheer terror of fighting someone whose eyes glowed gold when he got angry. The League had gone silent. No more communications from Solaris, no more council decrees, no more diplomatic overtures from Stephen Stone. The silence was worse than the pressure. Silence meant they were planning something Ash couldn't predict. And the ocean kept trembling. Brock tracked it on his PokeNav, seismic readings from monitoring stations across Hoenn's coast, each one showing the same pattern. Deep tremors, rhythmic, intensifying. Not tectonic. Not volcanic. Something else. Something that the scientific instruments couldn't categorize because it wasn't a geological phenomenon. It was something alive. Ash. Brock's voice, careful, measured. We need to talk about the tremors. It was evening. They were camped on the ridge above for Tree City, the treehouse town glowing below them through the canopy. May was training Combuskin at the edge of the clearing. The fighting bird had evolved from Torchic 2 days ago during a battle with a wild Vigoroth, and May was still calibrating to its increased speed and power. She was good. Really good. Ash watched her move through combinations with the fluid precision of someone who'd been training her whole life, not just a few weeks, and felt a complicated knot of pride in something else that he didn't have a name for yet. I know about the tremors, Ash said. Do you know what's causing them? No. But Zephyr does. Or part of him does. There's something in the bond, not a memory, more like an instinct. A warning. Every time the tremors hit, I feel him tense up. Like his body knows something his mind can't articulate. That's not reassuring. It's not meant to be. Brock sat beside him and was quiet for a while. In the distance, Combusken's fire punch lit the trees in orange flashes. "You're pushing everyone away," Brock said. Ash didn't answer. "You barely talked today. You haven't eaten since breakfast. You flinched when May touched your arm in the market and knocked over a fruit stand. And right now, you're sitting here watching her train instead of joining her, because you're afraid that if you spar with Combusken you might lose your temper and the weather will react and someone will get hurt." Still nothing. "Ash. Talk to me. What do you want me to say?" The words came out harder than he intended, and the wind picked up, branches creaking. He caught himself, breathed, forced it down. The wind settled. "Sorry. I'm trying not to do that. I know. It's getting worse, Brock. The control. It's slipping. Not in big ways, not storms and earthquakes. In small ways. A gust when I'm startled. Rain stopping when I'm sad. The air shimmering around me when I'm—" He glanced at May and stopped. Brock's eyes softened. "When you're near her. I pushed her. In the market. I didn't mean to, the wind just reacted and she stumbled and she could have, if it had been stronger, but it wasn't. This time." The silence stretched. Below them, for Tree City glowed. Above them, the stars were sharp and cold in a sky that was, for the moment, perfectly clear. Ash's sky. His domain. His prison. "I'm going to tell them to go to Lily Cove without me," Ash said. Brock went still. "What? You and May. Go to Lily Cove? There's a contest hall there, May's been wanting to try contests. And there's a good Pokemon Center, and it's far from me. Ash, I need to go somewhere. Alone. There's a place, Zephyr knows about it. The Sky Pillar. It's where Rayquaza is supposed to go to, I don't know exactly. To find answers. To understand what this is." He looked at his hands, and in the starlight, the faint gold shimmer was visible, tracing his veins like luminous thread. "I can't keep walking through the world like this, Brock. Knocking over fruit stands and scaring people and pretending I'm still just a trainer on a badge quest. I'm not. I haven't been for weeks. You're still you. Am I?" He held up his hands. The shimmer pulsed. "Which part of this is me?" Brock didn't have an answer. That was the worst part. Brock always had an answer, always had practical wisdom or a steady hand on the shoulder or a hot meal to make things better. But this was beyond cooking and common sense. This was a boy turning into something else, and Brock could only watch. "I'll talk to May," Brock said. "I'll do it." "Are you sure?" "No. But it should come from me." May took it about as well as he'd expected. "No. May," I said no. She was standing across the campfire from him, Combusken at her side, her arms crossed and her blue eyes blazing with a fury that would have made a lesser person step back. Ash didn't step back, but the fire between them flared 6 inches higher, responding to the tension in the air, and he hated himself for it. "It's not permanent. A few days. I need to go to the Sky Pillar and figure out what? How to be alone. You're great at that already. You've been practicing all week." The words hit. She'd meant them to. May didn't pull punches, not even emotional ones, and right now she was swinging hard. "I'm trying to protect you," Ash said. The fire between them roared. May didn't flinch. "You don't get to decide that for me." Her voice cracked on the last word, and for a second the fury peeled back and he saw what was underneath, fear. Not of him. For him. You don't get to fly off on your dragon and leave me behind because you've decided you're too dangerous. That's not protecting me, Ash. That's running away. I knocked you over today. A gust of wind knocked me over. I've been knocked over by gusts of wind before. I grew up in Petalburg, we have actual weather there. This is different and you know it. Yes, it's different. Everything is different. You have a legendary dragon and golden eyes and you can control the weather with your emotions. None of that is normal. But you know what else isn't normal? A 10-year-old stopping a volcanic eruption. A 10-year-old calming two ancient gods. A 10-year-old choosing not to fight when a military commander came to take his partner. She stepped closer, through the fire's heat, close enough that he could see the moisture in her eyes that she was furiously willing not to fall. You're not normal, Ash. You never were. And neither is what this, she stopped. Swallowed. Changed direction. You promised me you'd let me remind you. I know. Then let me. I can't if I hurt you. You won't. You don't know that. I know you. The fire died to embers. The wind went still. The air between them was charged with something that had nothing to do with atmospheric pressure and everything to do with two people standing on the edge of something terrifying and true. Ash looked at her. Really looked, at the firelight on her skin and the stubbornness in her jaw and the fear she was converting to anger because anger was easier, because anger gave you something to do with your hands. He looked at her and felt the bond to Zephyr pulse in his chest, and below it, deeper, a different kind of bond, newer, smaller, fragile in the way that all new things are fragile, but real. As real as the sky. I'll come back, he said. You'd better. I will. Promise me. He held her gaze. I promise. She nodded once, sharp, and turned away, and walked to the far side of the camp, and sat down with her back to him and her face in her hands. Combustion settled beside her, pressing its warm body against her side. Ash watched her go and felt the sky above him mirror his heartbreak, a single cloud forming in the clear darkness, small and solitary, drifting south. Brock, who had been standing silently near the supply packs throughout the entire exchange, caught Ash's eye and shook his head slowly. Not in disapproval. In the resigned knowledge that some things had to be done wrong before they could be done right. Be careful, Brock said. Always. That's the least convincing lie you've ever told. Ash almost smiled. Then he released Zephyr, climbed onto the dragon's back, and flew north into the dark sky without looking down. Behind him, on the ridge above for Tree City, May lifted her face from her hands and watched the black shape against the stars until it vanished, and whispered something that the wind carried away before anyone else could hear it. The sky pillar stood at the northern edge of Hoenn's geography, rising from a barren island that appeared on no tourist map and few nautical charts. It was old in the way that mountains were old, not built but grown, pushed up from the earth by forces that predated human understanding. Its base was rough stone, wind-worn and salt-stained, but as it rose, the architecture shifted. Natural stone gave way to worked stone, then to something that wasn't stone at all, a dark, glassy material veined with patterns that Ash recognized instantly because they matched the markings on Zephyr's body. The pillar was Rayquaza's. Had always been Rayquaza's. Standing at its base in the pre-dawn light, Ash felt that truth resonate through the bond like a tuning fork struck against his breastbone. Zephyr descended the final 100 feet slowly, almost reverently, his gold markings pulsing in sequence with the patterns on the pillar's walls. When Ash dismounted and placed his hand on the structure, the stone, the not stone, hummed. The door opened. Not a mechanical opening. Not a hidden mechanism or a sliding panel. The wall simply parted. One moment solid, the next a passageway, the transition so smooth and organic that it looked less like a door opening and more like the building breathing in. Ash walked in. Zephyr followed, somehow fitting through an opening that should have been too narrow for his 20-foot body, the space accommodating him as if the pillar itself was reshaping to welcome its occupant home. The interior was dark, then not. Light bloomed from the walls, not torchlight, not electricity, but a soft, pervasive luminescence that came from the patterns themselves, the gold-veined markings that covered every surface illuminating in sequence as Ash and Zephyr moved deeper. The effect was like walking through a living diagram, the walls telling a story in a language of light. The first chamber was small. A resting place. Indentations in the floor where something serpentine had coiled, the stone worn smooth by millennia of use. Zephyr circled the room once, then settled into the depression with a sigh of such deep contentment that Ash felt it vibrate through the bond. Home. This was home, in a way that transcended individual memory, species memory, encoded in the marrow, in the genetic echo of every Rayquaza that had ever lived. Ash sat beside his dragon and waited. He didn't know what he was waiting for, but the pillar did. The light patterns began to shift, flowing along the walls, converging on a section of stone directly in front of him. The patterns formed images. Murals. Like the ones Archie had found in the seafloor cavern, but from the other side of the story. Not the darkness looking up at its prison. The light looking down at what it protected. The first image, the world in its infancy. Not the modern world, something older, rawer, the continents still forming, the oceans still finding their boundaries. And in that primordial chaos, three forces. Land. Sea. Sky. Groudon shaping the earth with every footfall. Kyogre filling the oceans with every breath. And above them both, containing them, mediating them, ensuring their eternal conflict never tipped into annihilation, the first Rayquaza. The original. The template from which all others descended. The second image, the darkness. Something beneath the world's foundation, older than the Titans, older than the sky itself. A void with intelligence. A hunger with patience. It hadn't created Groudon and Kyogre, but it had destabilized them, pushing their natural opposition into active conflict, feeding on the energy of their battles, growing stronger with every earthquake and tsunami and apocalyptic clash. The original Rayquaza had realized the truth, the Titans weren't the disease. They were the symptoms. The real enemy was below. The third image, the ceiling. The original Rayquaza descending from the sky into the deepest ocean, confronting the darkness in its lair. A battle that lasted, the murals didn't depict duration, but the sense of it was vast, epics compressed into a single decisive conflict. The Rayquaza won. But victory required sacrifice. The seal that imprisoned the darkness was forged from the Rayquaza's own life force, its body dissolved, its energy converted into the barrier that held the void at bay. The Sky Dragon died so the world could live. The fourth image, the cycle. Every few millennia, the seal weakened. A new Rayquaza was born, not randomly, but purposefully, called into existence by the Sky Pillar itself, generated from the atmospheric energy that the first Rayquaza's sacrifice had seeded throughout the upper atmosphere. Each new Rayquaza renewed the seal. Some through strength. Some through wisdom. Some through sacrifice. The fifth image, the choice. Two paths, depicted in diverging lines of light. In one, the new Rayquaza poured its life force into the seal, as the original had done, death and renewal, the cycle continuing, the darkness held for another age. In the other, a different path, fragmented, unclear, the light patterns breaking apart as if the mural itself was uncertain what it depicted. A possibility, not a certainty. A way forward that no previous Rayquaza had ever taken. Because no previous Rayquaza had been bonded to a human. Ash stared at the murals until his eyes burned. The implications settled into him like stones sinking into deep water. The seal was breaking. The darkness, Nihilus, the abyssal king, whatever name you gave to a void that ate worlds, was pressing against its prison, and the prison was failing. A new Rayquaza had been born to deal with it. That Rayquaza was Zephyr. And the expected solution, the one encoded in millennia of precedent, was sacrifice. Zephyr's sacrifice. Or his own. Because the bond didn't distinguish between them anymore. What happened to one happened to both. If Zephyr poured his life into the seal, Ash would die with him. 2 lives for the price of 1, a bargain the universe apparently considered fair. He was 10 years old, and the cosmos was asking him to die. Ash sat in the glowing chamber of the sky pillar with his hand on his dragon's neck and stared at the mural of sacrifice and felt nothing. Not acceptance, not refusal, not fear, not courage. Just a vast, hollow nothing, like the shock after a blow so hard the body forgets to feel pain. Then Zephyr shifted. Raised his massive head. Pressed his snout against Ash's chest, directly over his heart. Through the bond, a message. Not words, Zephyr didn't have words yet, not human ones, but something clearer than words. An image, Ash, golden-eyed, standing on Zephyr's back, the sky blazing around them. And then the image shifted, Ash, brown-eyed, standing on the ground, surrounded by his friends, laughing. Zephyr wanted the second image. Not the god. The boy. He wanted Ash to live, even if it meant, no, Ash said. Don't you even think it. We go together or we don't go at all. Zephyr's amber eyes held his for a long moment. Then the dragon exhaled, a warm breath that smelled like ozone and high places, and the bond pulsed with agreement. Together or not at all. There's a second path, Ash said, more to himself than to Zephyr. The murals show it. Unclear, uncertain, but possible. No Rayquaza's ever had a human partner before, maybe that changes the equation. Maybe there's a way to deal with Nihilus that doesn't cost anyone their life. He didn't know what that way was. He didn't know if it existed or if the murals were showing him a hope that had no substance. But Ash Ketchum had never been good at accepting predetermined outcomes. He'd beaten a Dragonite with a Pikachu. He'd turned back a continental Pokémon with weather manipulation. He'd faced a military commander with empty hands and walked away free. He refused to accept that the only answer was death. Let's go, he said, standing. We need to get back. Whatever's coming, I'm not facing it alone. He walked toward the pillar's exit, and the walls dimmed behind him, the murals fading, the story told. At the threshold, he paused and looked back. Thank you, he said to the pillar. To the memory of the first Rayquaza. To the long, unbroken chain of sky dragons that had given their lives to keep the world turning. I'll find another way. I promise. The pillar's light pulsed once, warm, gold, familiar. Then Ash was outside, and the dawn was breaking over the ocean, and Zephyr was coiling into the sky, and far to the south, something terrible was beginning. The distress signal reached him at 15,000 feet. Ash felt it before Zephyr picked up the transmission, a massive disruption in the atmospheric patterns over Setopolis city, the air itself screaming in frequencies that only the Sky Sovereign could hear. Something was devouring the sky. Not a storm, not a Pokémon, not any natural phenomenon. Something was eating the atmosphere over Setopolis, consuming it like fire consuming oxygen, leaving a void where air should be. Then the emergency broadcast, crackling through the atmosphere itself, received not through technology but through the bond, all channels, this is Setopolis city defense, we are under attack, repeat, we are under attack, the assailant is, we don't know what, Champion Wallace is down, repeat, Wallace is down, requesting immediate, the sky is going dark. Ash leaned forward on Zephyr's back and said one word, go. Zephyr broke the sound barrier. The sonic boom rolled across the ocean like thunder, and the dragon arrowed south at a speed that turned the world into a blur of blue and green and white. Through the bond, Ash felt Zephyr's focus, not the restless agitation of the past week but something sharper, clearer. Purpose. The sky dragon knew what was happening. The instinct that had been whispering warnings for weeks was now screaming certainty. The seal has broken. The darkness is free. And something that used to be human is wielding it. They crossed 300 miles in 12 minutes. Sutopolis city was built inside a volcanic crater, a bowl of blue water and white buildings, sheltered from the ocean by towering cliffs. It was beautiful, historically significant, home to the ancient cave of origin where the world's primal energies converged. It was dying. The sky above the city was black. Not storm black, void black. An absence so complete that it didn't look like darkness so much as a hole in reality, a place where the sky had been removed and replaced with nothing. Stars were vanishing into it. The edges of the void rippled and expanded, consuming the atmosphere in slow, relentless bites. Where the void touched the air ceased to exist, not blown away, not displaced, simply erased. Below the void, Sutopolis was in chaos. Buildings were damaged, streets flooded with dark water that moved against gravity, climbing walls and pooling in impossible formations. The city's Pokémon defenders, gym trainers, local volunteers, police units, were scattered, their Pokémon overwhelmed by things that shouldn't exist. Shadow constructs, shapes made of concentrated darkness, resembling sea Pokémon but wrong, twisted, their proportions distorted and their movements jerky and unnatural. They poured through the streets like a black tide, and wherever they touched, things went dark. And at the center of it all, standing on the surface of the crater lake as if the water were solid ground, was Archie. But it wasn't Archie anymore. Not entirely. The man Ash had heard through the communicator in Petalburg Woods, charismatic, warm, passionate, was gone. What stood on the water was something halfway between human and void. Archie's body was wreathed in darkness that moved like liquid, flowing across his skin, pooling in his eye sockets, trailing from his fingertips like ink dissolving in water. His eyes were pits of absolute black, no iris, no white, no reflection. When he moved, the water beneath him rippled not outward but inward, drawn toward him, drawn into him. He was weeping. Tears of dark water streaked his face, and his expression was a grotesque mask of anguish and ecstasy, the face of a man being consumed by something vast and experiencing both agony and transcendence simultaneously. His mouth moved, whispering, and the whispers carried across the water and the city and the dying sky, the sea must be free. The seal must break. The deep remembers. The deep is coming home. Behind him, the cave of origin gaped open, and from its depths, a darkness poured upward, thick, tangible, alive, feeding the void above, connecting the abyss below to the emptiness above in a column of anti-light that was consuming Sutopolis from the inside out. Ash took it in from the air, circling above the crater rim on Zephyr's back, and felt his stomach drop into a void of its own. "That's Nihilus," he said. "It's using Archie as a conduit. The darkness is flowing through him from the seal below to the sky above. It's eating the atmosphere." Zephyr's growl was a subsonic vibration that Ash felt in his spine. "My sky. It's eating my sky. I know. And we're going to stop it." Below, on the crater rim, he saw movement. People arriving. An aircraft touching down on the southern ridge, league markings, modified. And on the ground, already fighting through the shadow constructs toward the city center, a figure he recognized by the way she moved, precise, professional, lethal. Commander Solaris. Ash angled Zephyr into a dive. He landed on the southern ridge in a blast of wind that sent loose stones skittering and made every head turn. Solaris was there, flanked by 4 MRD operatives, their Pokémon already deployed and engaging shadow constructs on the approach path. Her silver hair was pulled back, her uniform torn, and there was a cut above her left eye that she hadn't bothered to wipe. She saw him. Something passed across her face, relief, fear, determination, and settled into the hard expression of a soldier in a war zone. "Solaris," Ash said. "Catch him." No hesitation, no preamble. "I went against orders to be here. The council wanted to pull back and establish a containment perimeter. Contain the city. Let it fall. And you?" I watched a 10-year-old face me down with empty hands and ask me to trust him. Her jaw set. I'm done containing. I'm here to fight. Her eyes moved to Zephyr, 20 feet of obsidian dragon radiating sky energy, his gold markings blazing in the reflected darkness. I spent my career fighting legends. Time I fought beside one. Before Ash could respond, another arrival. A streak of silver in the darkness, Steven Stone on his Skarmory, descending fast, hitting the ridge at a run. He'd abandoned the suit jacket. His shirt was torn, his keystone was glowing on its pin at his lapel, and his expression was stripped of every layer of charm and politics. What was left was the champion. I should have acted sooner, Steven said, and the words came fast, urgent, carrying the weight of genuine regret. I was playing chess while the board was on fire. I won't make that mistake twice. He released his Metagross, the massive steel Pokémon materializing with a ground-shaking impact. The keystone at Steven's lapel resonated, and the Metagross's Mega Stone answered, and the transformation was instant and violent. Mega Metagross, its body reconfigured into something that looked less like a Pokémon and more like a weapon of war. Mega Evolution, Ash breathed. You'll get your turn, Steven said. Right now, we need to reach the Cave of Origin and stop whatever Archie's channeling. I can punch a hole through the constructs. Solaris can hold the corridor. But the entity itself, Nihilus, that's beyond any of us. That's me, Ash said. That's you. A third arrival, and the most unexpected. The ground trembled, and from the eastern approach road, a column of figures in red uniforms emerged, Team Magma, 30 strong, armed with Pokémon and technology that hummed with thermal energy. At their head, immaculate despite the apocalypse, walked Maxi. He stopped 10 feet from Ash and surveyed the dying sky above Setopolis with the expression of a man watching his thesis be disproved. The land and sea are nothing if the abyss swallows everything, Maxi said. His voice was quiet, measured, and for the first time, uncertain. I came to control legendary power. To harness it for human progress. I see now that some forces are not meant to be controlled. He met Ash's eyes. Consider this an investment in the future. And when this is over, we are not friends. Understood, Ash said. Good. Maxi turned to his forces and began deploying them with clipped, efficient commands. Team Magma spread across the ridge, releasing Camerupt and Torkoal and Claydol, establishing fire lines against the shadow constructs with military precision that would have impressed Solaris if she'd been willing to acknowledge it. 4 factions. League Special Ops. The Hoenn Champion. A criminal organization. And a 10-year-old god. Standing together on the rim of a dying city, united by the simple, primal imperative to survive. Where's May? Ash asked, scanning the arrivals. And Brock? Solaris answered. They were in Setopolis when the attack began. My intelligence says they're with the civilian evacuation in the northern sector. Ash's blood went cold. They're inside the city. They went in before the void expanded. They're helping evacuate. Your friend May apparently punched a police officer who tried to stop her from entering the danger zone. Despite everything, despite the dying sky and the void-wrapped villain on the water and the ancient darkness eating the world, Ash almost laughed. Of course she had. Of course May was already in there, fighting, refusing to wait, refusing to be left behind. Because that's who she was. Because he'd told her to go to Lily Cove and she'd come to Setopolis instead, because she'd known, somehow, that this is where he'd end up. All right, Ash said, and his voice was steady, and his eyes were gold, and the wind obeyed him. Here's what we're going to do. He laid it out in 60 seconds. Steven and Mega Metagross on point, punching through the constructs with psychic-type dominance and raw armored power. Solaris and MRD on corridor defense, keeping the path clear behind Steven's advance. Maxi's forces on perimeter, containing the constructs, preventing them from spreading beyond the crater rim. Ash and Zephyr going high, over the void, above the darkness, approaching the Cave of Origin from the sky. The void is eating the atmosphere above the city, Ash said. If I go through it at ground level, it'll weaken me, I need air to channel. So I go over. Punch through the void from above. Hit the source. And if the void eats you? Steven asked. Then you run. Ash met his eyes. I'm serious. If I go down, you take everyone and you run. There won't be a second chance. Steven held his gaze for a long moment, then nodded. Not agreement. Acknowledgement. On your mark, Solaris said. Ash climbed onto Zephyr's back. The dragon rose, coiling into the air, his gold markings blazing against the unnatural darkness above. 20 feet of sky dragon, obsidian and gold, born from a meteor and bonded to a boy who refused to accept that the only answer was death. Mark, Ash said. The Battle of Setopolis began. Steven's Mega Metagross hit the front line of shadow constructs like a chrome meteor. Psychic energy detonated in concentric waves, tearing through the dark shapes with the precision of a surgical instrument and the force of a natural disaster. Constructs shattered, reformed, shattered again. Mega Metagross didn't stop, it plowed forward, its 4 arms sweeping in coordinated arcs, meteor mash and psychic alternating in a rhythm that created a corridor of cleared space through the city streets. Behind it, Solaris's team deployed with the efficiency of people who trained for exactly this kind of nightmare. Her Metagross, not mega-capable, but elite-level and battle-hardened, anchored the left flank. Her Frostless took the right, ice beam scything through constructs that tried to close the corridor behind Steven's advance. The other MRD operatives filled the gaps, their Pokémon fighting in coordinated pairs, suppressive fire keeping the darkness at bay. On the perimeter, Maxie's Team Magma fought with the desperate energy of people who understood that the world was ending and that their petty ambitions were meaningless if there was no world left to have ambitions in. Fire types roared, flamethrowers and heat waves creating walls of flame that the shadow constructs recoiled from. Fire was anathema to them, the darkness didn't like heat, didn't like light, and the magma trainers exploited that weakness with ruthless efficiency. And above it all, Ash flew. Zephyr climbed in a tight spiral above the crater, and Ash felt the void pressing against his atmospheric sense like a physical weight, cold, hungry, wrong. The sky above Setopolis wasn't just dark. It was absent. The air itself had been consumed, replaced by a vacuum of anti-existence that radiated malice. His senses recoiled from it, the way a hand recoils from a hot stove. This was the enemy of the sky. The enemy of everything the Sky Sovereign was. He pushed higher. Higher than the void's edge. Higher than the darkness reached. Up into the clear sky above the contamination, where the stars still burned and the air was still his. From here, looking down, the void was a disk of blackness over Setopolis, a wound in the world, and at its center, the column of darkness connecting the cave of origin to the sky like a pillar of anti-light. Archie at its base. Nihilus flowing through him. Ash had to go through the void. Through the place where air didn't exist. Through the domain of the thing that ate skies. Zephyr. Full atmospheric barrier. Everything you've got. The dragon's response was not hesitation but preparation, his body tensing, his gold markings blazing to full intensity, the atmospheric shield that naturally surrounded him thickening and hardening until they were encased in a bubble of compressed, living air. Ash's air. Their air. A piece of the sky itself, carried into the darkness. They dove. The void swallowed them. It was not like entering a storm or a cloud or any weather phenomenon Ash had ever experienced. It was like being unmade. The darkness pressed against the atmospheric barrier from all sides, and Ash felt it trying to eat, not the shield, but the concept of the shield. The idea of air. The possibility of sky. Nihilus didn't destroy through force. It destroyed through negation. It didn't burn the atmosphere, it disagreed with its existence, and where its will was stronger than reality's, reality lost. Ash screamed, not in fear but in defiance. He poured power into the barrier, feeding it with everything the bond provided. Zephyr's energy. His own. The accumulated authority of the Sky Sovereign, the legacy of every Rayquaza that had ever lived, the sheer stubborn insistence that the sky existed and would continue to exist because he said so. The barrier held. They punched through the void's interior in a blaze of gold light, the darkness peeling away from their passage like shadows fleeing a bonfire. Below them, the city was a nightmare, streets crawling with constructs, buildings partially consumed by darkness, the crater lake churning with black water that moved like something alive. And at the center, on the water, Archie. Ash brought Zephyr down. They landed on the lake's surface, not in the water, but on the air above it, Zephyr hovering 3 feet above the churning black waves, his body coiled and ready, his eyes fixed on the corrupted man before them. Archie's void eyes turned toward them. "Sky Sovereign," he said, and his voice was layered, Archie's voice on top, human and anguished, and beneath it something else, something that spoke in the frequency of collapsing stars. "You came. It knew you would. Archie. Listen to me." Ash slid from Zephyr's back and stood on the compressed air above the water, the Sky Sovereign's power holding him aloft. "This thing is using you. Whatever it promised you, the eternal sea, the power, it's a lie. It doesn't want to expand the ocean. It wants to eat everything. I know." Archie's human voice broke through for a moment, cracked and desperate. "I know what it is. I've known since the cavern. It showed me what it was, and I still," his face contorted. The darkness surged around him, tightening, and when he spoke again the layered voice was dominant. "He is mine, Sky Child. He opened the door willingly. He welcomed me. And through him, I will unmake your precious sky and swallow this world whole. Let him go. Come and take him." Zephyr struck first. The dragon launched with a roar that cracked the surface of the lake, closing the distance to Archie in a heartbeat, jaws aglow with draconic energy. The darkness around Archie surged to meet him, a wall of void that crashed against Zephyr's atmospheric barrier with a sound like reality tearing. Dragon and darkness grappled, Zephyr's body wreathed in gold light, the void wrapping around him like tentacles, each one trying to find a crack in the barrier, a way inside. Ash felt every point of contact through the bond. The void's touch was unlike anything he'd experienced, cold beyond temperature, a chill that attacked the concept of warmth rather than warmth itself. Where it pressed against the barrier, the air didn't freeze, it forgot how to be warm. The distinction was important and terrifying. "Dragon ascent." Ash commanded. Zephyr climbed, straight up, the darkness clinging to him, dragging at him, trying to pull him back down. Golden light erupted from the dragon's body in concentric waves, each wave peeling away layers of darkness, and at the apex of his climb, Zephyr turned and plummeted back down with the full force of the Sky Sovereign's signature attack. The impact on the lake's surface sent a shockwave that rippled outward in every direction. Water and darkness exploded upward, and for one glorious second, the column connecting the cave of origin to the void above was disrupted. The darkness stuttered. The void overhead trembled. Archie staggered. But it wasn't enough. The column reformed. The darkness surged back. And Archie straightened, and the nihilist voice laughed, and the sound was the sound of stars going out. "Centuries of Rayquaza have tried to destroy me with force, child. Each one stronger than the last. Each one eventually feeding the seal with their life. Is that your plan? Die nobly. Sacrifice yourself and your dragon so the world gets another few millennia before I wake again." "No," Ash said. "Then what?" "Something new." He didn't know what yet. But the murals had shown a second path, unclear, unprecedented, possible only because of the bond between human and dragon. A way forward that no previous Rayquaza had ever taken because no previous Rayquaza had been human enough to conceive of it. Ash had been a lot of things in his life. A trainer. A rival. A friend. A champion in the making. But the thing he was best at, the thing that defined him more than any title or power or destiny, was refusing to accept the choices he was given. Groudon or Kyogre? Neither. He'd calmed them both. Surrender Zephyr or fight the League? Neither. He'd stood with empty hands and asked for trust. Sacrifice or let the world end? Neither. There had to be a third option. And if there wasn't, he'd invent one. The battle raged around him, Zephyr engaging the void constructs that Nihilus spawned from the churning lake, each one larger and more complex than the last. Through the bond, Ash directed the dragon with the precision of a conductor leading an orchestra, each attack calibrated to maximize damage while minimizing energy expenditure. They were burning resources. Every dragon ascent, every atmospheric manipulation, every second of maintaining the barrier in the heart of the void cost them power they couldn't easily replace. He was running out of time. A flash of movement on the crater rim caught his eye. Then a blast of fire, brilliant, clean, cutting through a pack of shadow constructs like a blade through smoke. A tall, bipedal Pokémon wreathed in flames, moving with speed and power that Ash hadn't seen before, its fighting stance fluid and lethal. A Blaziken. May's Combusken had evolved. And behind the Blaziken, running along the crater's inner wall toward the lake, was May. Of course she was. She'd made it through the shadow-filled streets, through the evacuation zones, through the chaos and the darkness and every reason a sane person would have to run the other direction. She'd come because she'd known. Because she'd promised. Because Ash Ketchum was an idiot who flew into voids alone and someone had to be there to remind him why coming back mattered. She reached the lakeshore and stopped, breathing hard, Blaziken at her side. She looked out at the lake, at Ash standing on compressed air, at Zephyr battling darkness, at Archie wreathed in void, at the column of anti-light connecting the abyss to the sky. She took it all in with the rapid assessment of a trainer in battle. Then she cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted. Ash Ketchum, don't you dare die out there. Her voice carried across the water with impossible clarity, cutting through the void's oppressive silence like sunlight through cloud cover. Ash heard it in his chest, not through his ears but through something deeper, the same frequency as the bond, the same wavelength as the sky. And it gave him the idea. The bond. The human bond. The thing that made this Rayquaza different from every one that came before. Every previous Sky Sovereign had faced Nihilus alone. Dragon against darkness. Power against void. And every one had won, but at the cost of their life, because the only way to seal the darkness was to become the seal. To pour your essence into the barrier and hold it through self-sacrifice. But Ash wasn't just a Rayquaza. He was a human being bonded to a Rayquaza. And human beings didn't fight alone. Human beings formed connections, messy, complicated, fragile, astonishingly strong connections that defied logic and transcended power. Love. Friendship. Trust. The bonds that Ash had spent his entire journey building, not because they were useful, but because they were real. Pikachu, who had been his partner since day one, who had fought beside him in 2 regions and never wavered. Brock, who had followed him across continents because friendship was a journey, not a destination. May, who had grabbed his hand through a wall of wind and refused to let go. Those bonds weren't weakness. They were the thing that Nihilus, an entity of pure isolation, pure void, pure absence, could never understand and never counter. Zephyr. Ash called. To me. The dragon broke off his engagement and spiraled to Ash's position. Ash climbed onto his back and looked at Archie, at the human being trapped inside the void. He thought about what Solaris had told him. About her brother. About the people who died when bonds went wrong. He thought about what Steven had told him. About Mega Evolution. About bonds going right. He thought about May's hand in his. I'll remind you. We're not resealing it, Ash said to Zephyr. We're not sacrificing ourselves to patch a wall that'll just crack again in another few millennia. We're ending it. For good. How? We go in. Into the darkness. Into Nihilus. Not to fight it with power, to fight it with everything it doesn't have. Connection. Presence. The part of us that's human. Zephyr was quiet through the bond for a long moment. Then, slowly, understanding. And with understanding, something that Ash recognized with a surge of love so fierce it made the sky brighten, agreement. Not blind trust. Informed choice. Zephyr understood what Ash was proposing, understood the risk, and chose to follow him anyway. Because that's what partners did. Everyone hold on, Ash whispered, and dove into the darkness. Not at Archie. Into the column itself. Into the stream of void connecting the abyss to the sky. Into the heart of Nihilus. The darkness swallowed them. It was worse than the void above. Inside the column, there was no atmosphere to shield against, no barrier to maintain. The darkness was absolute, not the absence of light but the absence of everything. Sound. Touch. Temperature. Identity. Ash felt himself dissolving, his sense of self eroding under the pressure of an entity that had spent millennia learning to unmake things. Who are you? The void asked, and the question was designed to destroy. Not to gather information, to force him to define himself and then negate each definition. You are human. Humans are temporary. You are the sky sovereign. The sky is just gas and distance. You are bonded. Bonds break. Everything breaks. Everything ends. Everything becomes nothing, given enough time, and I have had time beyond your comprehension. Ash felt his grip on himself slipping. The darkness was inside him now, not attacking from without but dissolving from within. His memories were dimming. His name was fading. He was becoming nothing because nothing was easier than something, because existing took effort and the void offered rest. Zephyr screamed through the bond. The dragon was fighting too, his own identity under siege, the genetic memory of every Rayquaza being consumed by the entity that had destroyed them all, one by one, across millennia. Give in, the void whispered. Become the seal, as all the others did. Die well. Die nobly. Die usefully. What more can a small life hope for? And in the darkness, in the nothing, in the space between existing and ending, Ash heard a voice. Not through the bond. Not through the atmospheric sense. Through something older and more fundamental than either. Come back. You promised you'd come back. May. Standing on the lakeshore, shouting into the column of darkness, because she'd watched him dive in and she'd understood what he was doing and she was terrified and she was furious and she was not going to let him go quietly. You're not the sky, Ash. You're a person who can talk to the sky. There's a difference. And if you forget that difference, I'll be right here, annoying you about it until you remember. Her voice was a thread of gold in the darkness. Thin. Fragile. Impossibly strong. Ash grabbed it. Not metaphorically. In the void, where concepts had more substance than matter, May's voice, her conviction, her love, her stubborn refusal to let him disappear, was a lifeline as tangible as a rope. He held on with everything he had, and through the bond, he felt Zephyr grab on too, the dragons were wrapping around a thread of human connection and using it as an anchor against the dissolution. You cannot hold, the void said, but its voice had changed. Less certain. Less absolute. For the first time in millennia, something was resisting it from the inside, not with power, not with sacrifice, but with something it couldn't process. Connection. The inexplicable, illogical, unreasonable strength of a 10-year-old boy who had people waiting for him. Ash opened his eyes in the darkness. His eyes were gold. Not the gold of the sky sovereign's power, a different gold. Warmer. More human. The gold of sunrise seen from a hilltop with friends beside you. The gold of Zephyr's markings when they pulsed with contentment. The gold of May's hand in the firelight. You want to know who I am? Ash said, and his voice was small in the vastness of the void, but it carried. I'm Ash Ketchum. I'm from Pallet Town. I'm a Pokemon trainer. My best friend is a Pikachu who thinks he's terrifying. My dragon's name is Zephyr and he likes to steal bandanas. I eat too fast and laugh too loud and I talk to my Pokemon like they're people. I'm scared of losing myself and I'm scared of hurting the people I love and I'm 10 years old and I'm in way over my head. The void pressed against him, trying to negate each statement, but for every identity it tried to dissolve, another took its place, not powers, not titles, not cosmic designations, but the small, stubborn facts of a human life. I promised a girl I'd come back. I'm keeping that promise. He reached through the bond, not for power, not for the Sky Sovereign's authority, but for Zephyr himself. For the dragon who chased Pikachu through campsite clearings and nuzzled his jaw and fell asleep in his lap. For his partner. His friend. And through Zephyr, through the bond, through the thread of connection that linked them to May on the lakeshore and Brock somewhere in the city and Pikachu fighting constructs on the crater rim and Solaris commanding her squad and Steven leading his charge, through all of them, through every bond Ash had ever formed, every friendship and rivalry and moment of trust, he channeled not power but presence. The combined weight of every human connection he'd ever made, focused into a single point of light in the heart of the darkness. Nihilus screamed. Not in pain, in incomprehension. The entity had existed for eons in perfect isolation, perfect void, perfect negation. It understood power. It understood sacrifice. It understood the cycle of death and renewal that had kept it imprisoned. But it did not understand this web of connection, this network of love and trust and stubborn humanity that burned in its core like a star forming in empty space. Connection was the antithesis of void. Not power, connection. The thing that filled the spaces between people. The thing that turned strangers into friends and friends into family. The thing that made a 10-year-old boy fly into darkness and a 10-year-old girl shout after him. Nihilus couldn't fight it. Couldn't negate it. Couldn't consume it. Because connection wasn't a thing, it was the space between things, and you couldn't eat the space between things without eating the things themselves, and the things, Ash, Zephyr, May, all of them, were anchored in each other so deeply that pulling one out would mean pulling them all out, and Nihilus wasn't strong enough for that. Not anymore. Not against this. The void shattered. Not explosively, it came apart the way ice comes apart in spring. Cracks spreading through the darkness, light pouring through from every direction, the oppressive weight of non-existence dissolving under the pressure of existence asserting itself. Ash felt it go, felt the ancient entity that had terrorized the world for millennia finally, irrevocably, break apart into fragments too small to reconstitute. Not sealed. Not suppressed. Unmade. Scattered into the nothing that it had always been, the nothing that it had tried to impose on everything else, reflected back on itself by the simple, devastating power of a boy who refused to be nothing. The column of darkness collapsed. The void above Setopolis dissolved, the sky flooding back in, blue and clear and brilliant, stars reappearing like old friends returning from a long journey. The shadow constructs across the city froze, trembled, and evaporated. The black water in the lake cleared, turning from void dark to natural blue in the space between breaths. Archie fell. The corruption left him like smoke from an extinguished flame, black veins retreating, void eyes clearing, his body going limp as Nihilus's influence was ripped away. He dropped toward the lake's surface, unconscious, freed from the entity that had consumed him. Ash caught him. Not with power. Zephyr dove, fast and precise, and Ash leaned from the dragon's back and grabbed Archie's wrist and held on as Zephyr banked hard, pulling them both away from the churning water, carrying them toward the shore. Archie was deadweight, heavy, limp, but breathing. Alive. Human again. They made the shore. Ash laid Archie on the rocks and stepped back, and his legs gave out, and he sat down hard on the wet stone, and the gold left his eyes, and the atmospheric shimmer faded, and the power that had been burning through him like wildfire reduced to embers. He was exhausted. More than exhausted, he felt emptied, as if the act of channeling every connection he'd ever formed into a weapon against the void had drained something fundamental from him. The atmospheric sense was still there, but dim, distant, like a radio turned to minimum volume. The bond with Zephyr pulsed weakly, the dragon coiling beside him with visible wounds, cracks in his obsidian scales, gold markings flickering, but alive. Present. Together. Ash sat on the shore of the Sotopolis crater lake and breathed, and the breath tasted like clean air, and the sky above him was open, and the darkness was gone. May hit him like a freight train. She came sprinting around the lakeshore with Blaziken at her heels and collided with him at full speed, wrapping her arms around his neck so hard he nearly tipped backward. She was shaking, her whole body vibrating with adrenaline and fear and relief, and she was talking, the words coming out in a stream that he couldn't fully parse because she was half crying and half laughing and pressing her face against his shoulder. "You absolute idiot, you flew into the darkness, you actually flew into it, I watched you disappear and I thought you were, and then I couldn't just stand there, I had to say something, I had to, I heard you," Ash said. She pulled back enough to look at him. Her face was streaked with tears and soot and her hair was a disaster and she was the most beautiful thing he'd ever seen. "You heard me. In the void. Your voice. It was the only thing that made it through. You saved me, May. You brought me back." She stared at him. Then she hit his shoulder with her fist, hard enough to hurt. "Ow. Don't you ever fly into a void again. I'll do my best." "That's not good enough." "Okay. I won't fly into any more voids. Promise." "I promise." She hit him again, softer this time, and then she was hugging him again, and he was hugging her back, and Pikachu, who had appeared from somewhere, singed and battle-worn and sparking with residual energy, climbed onto both of them and nestled between their chests and shocked them both, and they yelped and laughed and held on tighter. Zephyr raised his head and regarded the scene with amber eyes that held, despite the exhaustion and the wounds, a warmth that was entirely too knowing for a dragon who was barely a month old. He lowered his head and rested it on the stone beside them and closed his eyes. Brock arrived 30 seconds later, out of breath, with a field medic's kit and an expression that said he'd been running since the moment the void had dissolved. He took one look at the scene, Ash and May tangled together, Pikachu between them, Zephyr curled around all three, and sat down on a rock and said, "I'll make tea." He was crying. He pretended he wasn't, and everyone pretended they didn't notice, and it was the most Brock thing he'd ever done. Sotopolis survived. The damage was significant, buildings scarred, streets warped, the lake still tinged with residual darkness that would take weeks to fully clear. But the city stood. The people were alive. The sky was open, blue and gold and clear and impossibly beautiful, as if the atmosphere itself was celebrating its liberation from the void. Dawn came, and it was the most beautiful sunrise Hoenn had ever seen. Not because of any atmospheric manipulation, not because Ash willed it, because the sky was free, and free skies make beautiful sunrises. The light came in layers, pink, then gold, then white, and it painted the crater walls and the water and the battered city in colors that made people stop and look up and remember that the world was worth fighting for. Ash stood on the steps of the Sotopolis Pokemon Center, his team being treated inside, and watched the sunrise. His body ached in ways he hadn't known bodies could ache. The atmospheric sense was slowly returning, not the overwhelming flood of before, but something gentler, more integrated. Less like a fire hose and more like breathing. The power was still there, but it had settled, found its level, become a part of him rather than a thing apart from him. His eyes were still flecked with gold. They'd probably always be flecked with gold. He'd made his peace with that. Solaris found him first. She climbed the steps and stood beside him and watched the sunrise without speaking for a full minute. She looked tired, exhausted, actually, the kind of bone-deep fatigue that came from fighting through an apocalypse on willpower and training alone. Her uniform was torn. Her silver hair had escaped its military clip and hung loose around her face. She looked, for the first time since Ash had met her, like a person instead of a commander. "You did it," she said. "We did it." She glanced at him. Something in her expression shifted, the last wall coming down, the final barrier between duty and belief crumbling. "You were right," she said. "In Rustboro. On Route 119. Every time we clashed, you were right and I was wrong. Not about the danger was real. But about the response. About what the bond between you and Zephyr meant." She paused. "I built my career on the assumption that human legendary bonds always end in catastrophe. You just saved the world by proving me wrong." "I didn't prove you wrong. You changed your mind. There's a difference." She almost smiled. "Almost. When did you get so wise?" "Somewhere between the pyroclastic flow and the void, probably." She did smile then, brief, tired, genuine. It transformed her face the way smiling always did, revealing the person beneath the rank. "I'm going to reform the MRD," she said. "Restructure it. Turn it from a suppression force into a cooperation force. Human legendary bonds aren't going away, if anything, your example is going to inspire more of them. We need to be ready. Not to contain. To support." She straightened. Squared her shoulders. And saluted him, a crisp, military salute, fist over heart, back straight. The gesture of a soldier acknowledging a superior. "Some bonds aren't threats," she said. "They're miracles." She held the salute for 3 seconds, then dropped it and walked away, and Ash watched her go and felt something heal inside him that he hadn't known was broken. Steven came next. The champion was less battered than Solaris but more subdued, his usual charm muted, his confidence tempered by the humility of having fought an enemy that outclassed him entirely. Mega Metagross had been incredible in the battle, but Steven knew, and Ash knew, that the final victory hadn't come from Mega Evolution or champion-level power. It had come from a boy and his dragon and a girl shouting into the darkness. "I owe you an apology," Steven said. "For what?" "For treating you as a piece on a board. May was right, she told you I was studying you, and she was correct. I was. I wanted to understand your power so I could manage it. Position it. Use it, if I'm being honest." He met Ash's eyes. "That was wrong. You're not a strategic asset. You're a person. Took you a while to figure that out. I'm a slow learner in some areas." He extended his hand. "I'd like to start over. Not as mentor and student. Not as champion and challenger. As equals." Ash shook his hand. "I'd like that." Steven held the handshake for a beat, then released it with a genuine smile. "When this is over, when you've rested, recovered, finished whatever you need to finish, I'd like to battle you. Champion 2. He paused, searching for the right word. "Trainer," Ash supplied. "Trainer." Steven nodded. "You've earned that and more. But for now, rest. The world can wait." He left. Ash watched the sunrise climb higher, painting the city in gold and white, and thought about how many times in the past month someone had told him to rest and how few times he'd actually done it. Maxie's departure was less ceremonial. Ash spotted the Team Magma leader at the edge of the city, his remaining forces assembled in crisp formation, already preparing to move out. Maxie saw him looking and crossed the distance between them with his characteristic precise stride. "The world is intact," Maxie said. "My investment has paid dividends." "Is that your way of saying thank you?" "It's my way of saying that our alliance was temporary and circumstantial. The next time we meet, we will be on opposite sides." He paused. "But I will remember this. The day a child proved that the world's problems are not always solved by control and technology." His expression was complicated, something between respect and resentment. Until next time, Sky King. Try not to destroy anything I want to build. He turned on his heel and marched away, red coat billowing behind him. His forces fell into step. Within minutes, Team Magma was gone, disappearing into the dawn light as if they'd never been there. Ash shook his head. Some people never changed. But Maxie's forces had fought beside his today, and Magma's fire lines had saved lives, and that meant something, even if neither of them would admit it. The last visit was the hardest. Archie was in the Pokémon Center's medical wing, conscious but barely, his body healing from the physical toll of serving as Nihilus's conduit. The black veins were gone, leaving faint gray marks on his skin that might or might not fade. His eyes were blue again, pale, watery blue, the color of shallow ocean, and they were haunted by the things he'd seen and done. Ash sat beside his bed and said nothing for a while. Just sat. Let the silence be what it was. I remember all of it, Archie said eventually. His voice was a ruin, hoarse, cracked, the voice of a man who'd been screaming for days without knowing it. Every person the constructs hurt. Every building the void consumed. Wallace's face when he closed his eyes. I couldn't stop it. I knew what it was doing and I couldn't stop it. You tried. Not hard enough. Hard enough for me to reach you. In the void, when I came in, I could feel you fighting it from the inside. Giving me space. Making cracks. Archie opened his eyes. They were wet. You came in after me. I felt that. You insane, beautiful, reckless child, you dove into the embodiment of oblivion to pull out a man who caused all of this. You didn't cause it. You were used. I opened the door. The door was already cracking. With or without you, Nihilus was getting out. At least this way, we were ready. Silence. Archie stared at the ceiling. The medical equipment beeped softly. The sea's still there, Ash said quietly. It doesn't need a king. Archie's breath hitched. For a moment, the man who had loved the ocean more than anything, more than sense, more than safety, more than himself, surfaced in his eyes. Neither does the sky, Archie whispered. But it got one anyway. Ash stood. At the door, he paused. Get better, Archie. The ocean will be there when you're ready. He left the room and closed the door gently behind him, and in the hallway, Brock was waiting with 2 cups of tea and the particular expression of a friend who knew that some conversations took a toll and had prepared accordingly. Here, Brock said, handing him a cup. Thanks. They drank in silence, standing in the hallway of a Pokémon Center in a city that had nearly been swallowed by the abyss, and the tea was warm and good and exactly what Ash needed. What now? Brock asked. Ash thought about it. He thought about the sky pillar and its murals. He thought about the seal that no longer needed renewing because the thing it had sealed was gone. He thought about the power that hummed quietly in his blood, the atmospheric sense, the wind command, the bond with Zephyr that was woven into his DNA now, permanent and irreversible and his. He thought about 6 gym badges in his case and 2 more between him and the Evergrande conference. Now, Ash said, I have a journey to finish. Brock smiled. The real Brock smile, wide, warm, the kind that made you feel like everything was going to be okay because Brock believed it was, and Brock was usually right about the things that mattered. Let's go find May, Brock said. She'll want to hear that. He found her on the roof of the Pokémon Center. Of course she was on the roof. It was their place, apparently, rooftops at dawn and dusk, the sky stretching overhead, the world laid out below. She was sitting on the edge with her legs dangling, Blaziken resting behind her like a warm, feathery sentinel. She'd changed clothes, someone had given her a spare outfit, and she'd pulled her hair back, and she looked clean and rested and profoundly beautiful in the golden morning light. Pikachu was already there, curled in her lap. The traitor. Ash climbed out through the access hatch and walked to the edge and sat down beside her. Not touching. Just close. Close enough that the air between them was warm. She didn't look at him immediately. She was watching the sky. It's different now, she said. The sky. Can you feel it? He could. The atmosphere over Sootopolis, over all of Hoenn, was different. Cleaner. Lighter. As if the removal of Nihilus had lifted a weight that the world hadn't known it was carrying. The air moved more freely. The clouds formed more gracefully. The sky was more itself than it had been in millennia. Yeah, Ash said. It's free. Like you. He looked at her. She was still watching the sky, but a small smile was pulling at the corner of her mouth. The shimmer's gone, she said. The air distortion thing. Around your body. It stopped. He held up his hand. She was right, no shimmer, no involuntary wind, no atmospheric displacement. The power was there, steady and present, but it was integrated now. Part of him, not apart from him. The wild, uncontrollable surges were gone, burned away in the void, replaced by something quieter and more sustainable. He was still the sky sovereign. He could still fly, still sense the weather, still command the wind. But it was like the difference between a bonfire and a hearth fire, same element, different relationship. I think, Ash said slowly, I figured out how to be both. Both? The sky. And me. May finally turned to look at him. Her blue eyes were steady, and the morning sun caught the gold flecks in his brown ones, and the distance between them was very small and getting smaller. You know what the best part is, she said. What? You're still a dork. He laughed. The sound came out easy, natural, unremarkable, just a kid laughing on a rooftop in the morning sun. No storms forming. No wind gusting. No atmospheric anomalies. Just a laugh. May leaned against him. Her shoulder against his shoulder. Her warmth against his warmth. Simple. Human. Real. Ash put his arm around her. It was the most natural thing in the world. Not a grand gesture, not a dramatic declaration. Just an arm around a girl's shoulders, the way you'd hold someone who mattered. She settled against him, and Pikachu chirped in her lap, and above them Zephyr descended from wherever he'd been circling and glided past the rooftop in a long, slow arc, his obsidian body catching the sunrise, his gold markings blazing, his amber eyes finding Ash's for one warm, amused moment before he climbed again, spiraling up into the clean, free sky. They sat there for a long time. Two kids on a rooftop, watching a dragon fly, with the whole world stretched out before them. Hey, May. Thanks. For shouting into the darkness. She laced her fingers through his. Anytime. And for punching that police officer. He had it coming. And for being here. For all of it. Since the beginning. She was quiet for a moment. Then she squeezed his hand. You made it easy, she said. Most of the time. Most? You flew into a void, Ash. That brings the average down. He grinned. The same grin he'd had the day he left Pallet Town, wide, reckless, full of a future he couldn't see but was desperate to meet. The grin of a boy who loved the journey as much as the destination. Below them, Sootopolis was waking up. People emerging into clean sunlight, surveying the damage, beginning the work of rebuilding. The crater lake glittered blue and clear. The cliffs caught the morning gold. And the sky was vast and open and impossibly beautiful, the kind of sky that made you want to fly. Ash looked at the horizon. 6 badges in his case. 2 more to earn. The Evergrande conference waiting at the end of the road, and beyond that, more regions, more challenges, more sky. He was the god of the sky. He was 10 years old. And he had a journey to finish. Come on, Pikachu. He stood, pulling May up with him, the morning air warm on his face. Let's go. Pika. Pikachu leaped onto his shoulder, ears forward, cheeks sparking. Ready. Always ready. May shouldered her bag and fell into step beside him, Blaziken at her back. Brock was waiting at the center's front door with breakfast packed and a map spread across his forearm. Solaris had left a secure communicator at the front desk with a note that read simply, "Call if you need backup." S. Stephen Skarmory had dropped off a package containing a book on Mega Evolution with a note tucked inside, "For when you're ready." SS. Ash pocketed both and walked out of Satopolis City with his friends beside him and his dragon in the sky and the wind at his back and the whole world ahead. The sky was his. Not because he owned it. Not because he controlled it. Because he understood it, its moods and its patterns and its vast, beautiful, terrifying freedom. And because it understood him, his fears and his flaws and his stubborn, relentless refusal to give up on the people he loved. High above, Zephyr caught a thermal and spiraled upward, higher and higher, until he was a black and gold speck against the blue, and then a streak, and then just a glimmer, the last star of morning, burning bright before the sun swallowed it. Ash smiled. The sky smiled back. And the journey continued. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.